americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality healthcare and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
You're listening to KGUM-FM Dedido, Wave 105.1 FM, the Talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station.
AP News, I'm Julie Walker. The defense began calling witnesses today in the emotionally charged trial of Lindsay Clancy, including her sister and a former co-worker. The Massachusetts mother admitted killing her 3 young children, but blames her actions on her failing mental health. The prosecution rested its case after 3 weeks of testimony. The number of people worth at least $100 million who President Trump has appointed to his administration is more than 4 times the combined total under the 3 previous presidents. That's according to a report from the consumer advocacy group Public Citizen. In all, 57 Trump officials are worth at least $100 million, including 17 ambassadors and the remaining 40 in senior posts across the executive branch. President Trump says vandals are to blame for large swaths of dead grass on the National Mall, in the spot where he had a stage built and hosted crowds for his July 4th celebration. Trump made the accusation in a social media post Sunday without saying why he believes it's the work of vandals instead of trampled turf from the Independence Day festivities. Trump has repeatedly blamed vandals for damage to his renovation projects in the nation's capital, often without evidence and sometimes despite opposing accounts from his own officials. Ohio State and Oregon are 1 and 2 in the AP Top 25, giving the Big Ten Conference the top 2 teams in the preseason rankings for just the second time ever. Georgia, Notre Dame, and Texas round out the top 5. The Southeastern Conference gets bragging rights with 9 ranked teams, but the Big Ten isn't far behind with 8. This is AP News. Actor Hayden Panettiere has died at the age of 36. Luke Garrett reports.
Her father, Skip, announced her death in a statement provided to ABC News on Sunday. No cause of death was announced. Panettiere began her career as a child actor in commercials and soap operas, but it was her role as a superpowered cheerleader in Heroes in 2006 which propelled her to fame. She went on to play a brash country music upstart on Nashville, where she also sang, scoring some hits on country charts in the US, spawning countrywide tours, and earning her 2 Golden Globe nominations. She had also spoken openly throughout her career about her struggles with alcohol addiction and depression, including after the birth of her daughter with Ukrainian boxer Vladimir Klitschko in 2014, and how the explosion of fame when she was cast on Heroes prompted sheer terror. In the statement provided to ABC News by her father, he said Panettiere was an incredible light and force of nature.
I'm Julie Walker, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Alpha Day Guam, this is Josh Wilson from the National Weather Service with your Monday morning, August 17th forecast. Scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms will be possible today, and really through the rest of the week as active weather continues across the Marianas. Gentle southwest winds will ease slightly today and become light by Tuesday. Combined seas of 4 to 6 feet will persist today and may drop a foot or so by Tuesday. A moderate risk of rip currents will continue along north, south, and west-facing reefs over the next few days. For the latest weather forecast from us here at the National Weather Service, visit us at weather.gov/GUM or dial 211. Hope everyone has a great day.
Good morning, guys, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. It's about 4 minutes after 6 o'clock on a Tuesday, August 18th. You can find us streaming online on the World Wide Web at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. The show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations, turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save today. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Triple J Auto Group. It's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150, starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch, tinting, and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code One Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor plus steel-toe footwear. Stop by Code One Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Hafide Guam, good morning, everyone, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Member FDIC.
It's time to celebrate Haggadah! Join us for the Cost-U-Less Haggadah grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost-U-Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost-U-Less Haggadah grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community
prevents child abuse too. High-quality, affordable childcare,
paid family leave,
school breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously. The best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, laundry, diapers, work, groceries. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. But temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you. And every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
So, what's your idea of a 10?
I love guys who don't text and drive.
Girls that wait until they're parked to text? Bro, instant 10.
I don't know, but I got the ick when I went out with this boy who texted while driving.
10s wait to send. Eyes on the road, not your phone.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Stay sharp, stay curious, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Glimpses Media.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Who's ready for some of that good love? Count me out!
And you've got it tuned in to Mornings with Patti.
Come on! 1, 2. Good love. That's what I'm drinking. Let's sip it down, go without thinking. Good love. That's what I'm making. We'll break this house when it stops shaking.
Come on, the man said 15 minutes after 6 o'clock. Make that 16 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning. It is the 18th of August, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and let the 18th of August commence. Well, 6 hours later, but yeah. We are underway, fully underway with all, I think
I think the wheels are turning and people are just getting back into their normal routine. Second week of school.
Good job, go on.
School's still front and center of the headlines. It's pretty bad, but hey, you know what? They've done something with Simon Sanchez. Finally, doing something with Simon Sanchez. It's not probably what you want to hear, but they're doing it. But let's get into the exciting part of the day. The fact that it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's another ho-hum Tuesday. Yay! We're just looking forward to no big action, right?
Okay.
Legislature did their job by approving a budget yesterday. A couple of senators didn't like it, which we expected. Chris Barnett had called out the governor last week, saying, I'm surprised that she is allowing for this extra. For the BPT to go down again, down to the 4%, which was the target that they approved in the legislature last year. And Will Parkinson also says the same thing, that we just didn't try hard enough for this 2027 budget. And, the problems that people are going to have making ends meet in the next fiscal year. But the majority of them, 13-2 was the vote, the majority of them provided a veto-proof representation, which means that they'll have the 10 votes that they're going to need to override a veto if the governor is to do that. And it didn't sound in conversations with her. The only thing that she really didn't get was that part of the budget that would have made the Department of Administration and the Guam State Clearinghouse the keeper of the DOE purse, and they would have to go through them for money. This is something that Judy Wampat didn't necessarily like. It was haggled over in the conversation, and the governor said, this is not a make or break. Because I asked her, I said, does this mean so much to you, like it did for making sure that money was given to DICID and DOC and the Guam Police Department and child care? Is this up there in the priorities of something that you would veto? She said, no, it's not going to make or break the legislation, the budget. And so there it is. She's probably just going to sign it, and then we can be on their merry way. That is, those who are running for office can be on their merry way. But okay, that's sewn up for now, and I'm pretty sure that there's going to be extra stuff that's going to happen as a result of that. But we will be looking at a number of other topics this morning. I reached out to a couple of subjects to ask about certain things. Homelessness. They've been able to come up with a plan for the next fiscal year that will allow for those actions that have already been taken in the past 8 years on homelessness to continue into the next fiscal year. Remember that all of these guys are gearing up for the possibility that anything and everything they're doing right now will have zero support from an incoming legislature. An incoming administration. That these are not initiatives that the Therese Terlahi may have stood on. It may not be something that Tony Abbott thinks is the right way or direction for Guam. And so there's that. They're going to be they're looking at trying to put in on paper these plans to show that even if they are on their way out, and this plan may absolutely be null and void by the time a new administration comes in, they have it on paper that they tried, that this was all part of it. Oh, gosh, somebody doesn't know what I do for a living. Anyway, so that's the situation at hand. We'll be talking about a number of things this morning. And, and mostly, how are you? More importantly to the world of everything, how are you?
It's National Fajita Day.
What?
We're feeling really good. Everyone, we are inviting you to Chili's Grill and Bar for National Fajita Day. They
really have good, you know what the fajitas I like there?
Okay, go.
The steak fajitas.
Steak fajitas.
What time
Great
are you going to be there?
Great choice. Well, we're looking at, the happiest hours of the happy hours.
That actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah, they got this mushroom jack chicken fajita also.
What?
Yeah.
Okay,
get
now
on
you're just
it.
showing off. Mushroom Jack chicken.
Mushroom Jack chicken fajitas. They got fajita combos. They got the trios.
Look at you
rice,
in the menu.
black beans. You know what I
Look
mean?
at you in that menu.
Hey, you got to get on it, guys. Chili's Grill and Bar. So it is National Fajita Day today.
Okay.
So take advantage.
National Fajita Day. Not every. I like fajitas, but the only time I ever eat them is when I go to Chili's.
Hey,
that's
there
kind
you
of
go.
like my
Great
choice. Because the steak fajitas are really good. And,
Okay.
they sizzle.
Nice.
So there's that.
Nice.
National Fajita
Okay.
Day. And it so happens to be on a Taco Tuesday.
Hey, Taco Tuesdays, tacos and fajitas. Come on, guys, let's run. Let's run. Let's
Besides
head
that,
on over.
you could probably catch glimpses of Dice there,
Hey.
if that's the case.
You won't recognize me. You're
if
not
there's
gonna
anything that would motivate you, that would be.
There's not happening. You guys are not going to recognize me. But yes, visit our friends at Chili's Grill and Bar. They got that ultimate bacon burger. That's a personal favorite of mine. So, I'm all about them big burgers that get all over the place. So, I love that stuff. So, and, they got the friendly staff over there. So, yeah, guys.
Yeah.
It's quite popular, actually. So,
I'm down for it.
Enjoy it.
I'm down for it. Yeah, that's,
Enjoy it.
Chili's is one of the last standing, except for the anchor, which is Join Us, the anchor of Two Sands Plaza. If you have any recollection of the days of Two Sands Plaza, then you also knew that was the home of some of the most expensive luxury brands.
Love it.
Yeah, they had them all in there. They had Louis, they had Rolex, they had Tiffany, they had Chanel. That was the home of Chanel. So all of the biggies were down there, and in the end, that just wasn't generating the kind of market that those luxury stores were built upon. I never really was a big. Now I'm not going to say that. I would duck into these stores, because I knew people that were really fans of some of those products, and they were regular consumers, and it was always neat to sort of walk into these places. And I always felt like Julia Roberts in that movie, Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman, when she walks into a luxury store and they tell her
Following.
that that's not for her.
Ah.
She's like, you just made a big mistake, a huge, big mistake. And like you feel sort of like you're out of place. That was the place where I would go and visit my Tiffany cross necklace. I told you, for like 4 or 5 years. I'd go in there maybe every other month or something. And if I was eating at Join Us, I'd go next door to Tiffany and take a look at it, But after that, the Chili's moved in there. Red Lobster moved in there at one time. That's no longer a thing. But Chili's has had some staying power. And I think that a lot of people think that whatever the business model is for that place, that people and the brand name of Chili's will draw you there. For many obvious reasons, that they have some restaurants that are local that are Mexican here, but they're locally owned. This is a franchise business, which is a brand that's recognized by people who have lived on the mainland or know it. And so, I'll tell you that whenever I have traveled to the United States, I don't know about you, when your travels, when you saw Chili's, you're like, yeah, no. Or at Applebee's, it's not, because we have them here, so we already know what we're getting, right? And it's just, you got to go to the places that you never go to, that you see that should be great places to go. And then you may, and like an Olive Garden, I really never ate at an Olive Garden except for when it was here. Now, only a couple times that I did that, but there are other places that, you see them most of the time. You see them on media, and Guam people, they like to go and try the new places and check them out, because all of the food that they show or the ads that they show are so delectable, makes you want to have them. But yeah,
Hop on it, guys.
Yeah,
don't sleep on that. We also are the home for the Latizza, so we got the Latizza molten cake too. So.
You were telling me about that. Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I crushed about 3 of those bad
Oh,
boys, man.
okay.
It is that good.
Wow.
And it's only here on Guam, so you can't go to like Chili's in like Florida and look for it. So. Yeah, sorry.
That's kind of like the disappointment that you get because they don't have. Jeez, Louise, because they don't have. Sorry, I'm distracted. They don't have red rice at KFC, and they don't have Portuguese sausage at McDonald's.
Hey,
they don't have Portuguese sausage, eggs, rice, and Spam at the McDonald's. You know, the local breakfast that they have, it's only served here.
Right.
So
right.
Tia, when she came, she said, we were like milling around the day after she came. She goes, I really want to go to McDonald's. I'm like, yo. He would come all the way to Guam. She said no, because they serve Portuguese sausage, eggs, and rice. I said, you're right. That's we're the only place aside from Hawaii that serves that. So, you're not going to find red rice in any KFC in the States either. That's a whole other thing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you got to be on the islands to experience this, including our food courts. Swing by the Micronesia Mall every now and then and try some of the new stuff. I believe Village of Donkey as well. They have expanded their food courts, so
Have they really? Oh, I haven't seen.
They got
It's
some
been
new
a while.
stuff. Yeah, they got some new stuff popping up. I'm like, hey, get it, Guam. I am not mad at that at
There
all.
really is no shortage of places to find something to eat. It's just I don't know. It's just what is it that you want, and you can more than likely you'll find it. But
Well, we got a lot of reason to celebrate. Cost You Less is another one. Cost You Less grand opening in Hagåtña, inviting everyone to also come out and join us. There's going to be prizes, you know what I mean? Hey, it's going to be a lot of fun. So the grand opening in Hagåtña, we'll see you there.
Okay, absolutely going to do that. Go check them out on Saturday. You'll also be hanging out with the likes of Ed Suarez from Power 98. Paulie Suba will be there. Dice is holding things down here at the station, so you probably hear her on the radio every now and then. But are they giving out like samples and things? That's a reason to go.
I'm not too sure. I think that's going to be a secret. They got a lot of surprises. There's going to be a lot of surprises.
You just got to show up.
Biggest Cost You Less ever to hit Guam.
Mm-hmm.
And they're putting it in Hagåtña. That's going to be a nice drive.
Wow.
I think it'll be worth it. I think it'd be
it's a nice drive all the way to again.
Yeah, because I still got the one in Dedido, right? So there's still Cost You Less in Dedido, but
Yeah, I'm like at a halfway point too.
Yeah.
Where I live, I'm at a halfway point. I think
it'll be fun.
It was always nice to go to the Cost You Less because you knew it was sort of around the block, right? But on Guam, nothing is really that far, right? If you say, "Oh, I got to go all the way to again," it's like, bro, that's literally a 5-minute drive, anywhere if the traffic is right. I remember stopping one morning, you and I were craving Jack in the Box tacos.
Okay.
And I drove through the Jack in the Box. I came out at that light, the light after that, and the light after that. It took me 7 minutes.
Boom. In and out.
To reach airport, not even 7 minutes. It took me 7 minutes to get to the station.
There you go.
Because it was like smooth sailing. Hit every light, right? It was perfect. And then was at the pulling into the parking lot 7 minutes later. I thought, that.
Where are you gonna find that?
Granted, it was 5 o'clock in the morning.
Come on, ain't nobody thinking about these gas prices when it takes 3 minutes to get around the island. Like, come on, guys, come on, guys, we can figure this out.
Yeah.
But yes, good morning, everyone. It's going to be a great Tuesday.
It's going to be a great Tuesday, and we're going to make sure that happens. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take our bottom of the hour break. Come back around the other side. We're Mornings with Patti.
Remember,
Welcome back, Guam Holiday, everyone. Let's hit the streets right now for your first look at your traffic report, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive at 478 Auto or look at our inventory on our website. All you got to do is head to GuamAutospot.com. We're cruising along the southern end of the island this morning, up and around Malesu, getting around Humatek, cruising around Hogget this morning, or up and around Santa Rita. It looks like traffic is moving nicely through Patti this morning, getting around Nimitz Hill as well as Asa, and that's going to be easy, Guam. Hagåtña is also low this morning with traffic. It looks like it's moving nicely on both East and West O'Brien Drive. Looking at Route 4 from Sinahaña, getting around Ordot or hopping into Chalanpago. It looks like nice drive through there. Route 10 is actually quite clear this morning, getting around Manilao or hopping through Barragata along Route 10. And the same goes for the Mongmong to Mighty area. That's going to be along Route 8, Route 16. Traffic is looking great. Let's just continue to keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. Watch your speed limit in the school zones, also in the villages, as you will find students getting in and out of the bus stops this morning. Remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Let's fasten our seatbelts. Keep your eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot. It's time to celebrate Haggatnya! Join us for the Cost You Less Haggatnya grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost You Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost You Less Haggatnya grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
We're honoring the unyielding power of the human spirit today by tracking an inspiring global movement of grit and resilience. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 18th.
Established by Elaine Harite, affectionately known worldwide as Mr. Never Give Up, World Never Give Up Day reminds us that resilience is a universal human trait. After a devastating bankruptcy stripped him of his lifelong business, Harite chose to transform his personal loss into a global message of hope. Today, the signature event of his movement is the incredible Walk of Perseverance. Utilizing a live interactive world map, thousands of participants across different countries register their walking paths simultaneously. Whether recovering from physical trauma or walking for a promise they refuse to break, these individuals turn a simple physical step forward into a massive interconnected visual display of absolute human determination.
Okay, that's really fun to watch that.
So you can actually keep track on the global map online?
Yes.
Is that the deal here?
Yes, you can.
That is pretty cool.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
We're also celebrating National Fajita Day and National Ice Cream Pie Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnic when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnic.
Where Guam talks, debates, and stays informed. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
No ghetto man goes talking that jive around. He don't bang up on my door and wake the whole town. Yeah, you once had my love, baby, but you gave all that to some lady. No ghetto man comes begging down on all fours. He's got his self-respect, man, so get off of my floor. You think you're the star of my movie? I can tell you apart from what's groovy. Now you can waste my heart, holding it back for you until you're good and ready for love.
6:36 in the morning, and here we are on a Tuesday, just doing our thing. You know, the phone was ringing. You know who that was?
No.
That was somebody asking me, "Hey, you want a barbecue grill?" I'm like, "Really?"
Okay.
He had to call me like 3 times on the radio to ask me if I want a barbecue grill. And then I got somebody at home going, "What time the contract is going?" I'm like, do you guys know what I'm doing at this hour of the day? That the phone just keeps ringing like I'm going to answer it? Sorry so much. I should have adjusted my volume, so I apologize for my family not knowing what I've done for a living for the past 45 years. The same job, guys. Always at this time. This is why I never took you to school. And the first day of school, this is why you never had me drop you off at school for that. Kids are sort of sinking into their classes. They're like learning the preliminaries, you know, all of the stuff, the classroom rules, you know, stuff like this. There's somebody I know who is a new student she's never been to a private school. And so she's really making the transition between, you know, the volume, the number of students in all of the years that she's gone to school. And now her parents decided they wanted her to go to a private school. So there's an adjustment to be made, you know, simply she's used to wearing uniforms because they have always worn uniforms, but it's a little difficult for her because it's an all-girls school. So I guess you guys know what I'm talking about. It's an all-girls school, and there's a reasonable amount of energy that a kid has freaking out the night before school. First of all, you're going to a different school. Second of all, you're going to an all-girls school, so it's a gender-based school. So, you know, everything is surrounded and limited to, not limited to, but everything is surrounding this the gender base, right? And you're going to a school with like-minded people, especially if it's a Catholic school. And so it's a little bit of an adjustment to be able to do that. What's more, not only getting used to a new school, but I asked her, I said, "So how was your first day of school?" She goes, "Oh, it's okay." And I said, "What makes it just okay? You know, what makes it not great, right?" And obviously we all know that answer, but she said, "Because I'm not going to see my best friend is not here." So it's kind of like she went to school, you know, for the past 9 years in you know, schools where in her neighborhood, right? So in her district, she's had the same girls or the same boys or whatever as friends, and now they've all been separated. And that's a real tragic event between middle school and high school. And so she said, "Yeah, my best friend's." I said, "You know, here's the good thing about like being 14 years old or 15 years old. You're going to make a lot of new friends, and you're going to also change out best friends. That's kind of the thing. In different phases of your life, you have, you know, people that will, you know, latch on. You guys have latched on to each other, and you become best friends in different phases of your life. And so high school years, you know, you'll never forget your middle school friends, but your high school years, you might find other new best friends. And I'll say there's a point, and I don't know if it's a male thing, but for women, there's a point where they have a solid circle, right, of female friends or even male friends. They have a solid circle of the most trusted advisors, and those are people that will always be. Remember, I was telling the rate of friend, the scale is 1 to 10. They're solid 10s. Either you've known them for the past 30 years or you've known them for the past 60 years, and those solid 10s are the ones that you could say anything, do anything, and it's unconditional, right? And so I said, you're going to get to a point like where I am at 67 years old, and I'm years ahead of you, that you're going to get a couple of girls in, later in life that are going to eke in, right? They're just going to squeak right in there as part of the circle, and it advances a little larger you didn't expect. But this girl that was your best friend will always still be your best friend. I didn't give her the whole speech like that, but I was trying to just drive home the point. Isn't it true that you find in certain lives, in certain times of your life, more people that kind of come into your circle? Maybe they're not always a 10, but they're outside the 10 bubble with the potential to be a 10. The potential to be a 10 is always a good thing. But anyway, friendships are really interesting, and on Guam, they last forever. During the summertime, we were seeing graduating classes of people 50 years ago. It's a landmark. They had somebody that they had classes that were like in their 55th year, right? And so I was watching a lot of these women who I went to school with, because they were really only a year older than me. So, it was a small school, so we all knew each other. And that graduating class right before me, obviously, I had certain friends that were in there, or people that we hung out with, and they were celebrating their 50th. And it's not just my alma mater, but schools around, the same high schools that everybody kind of knew each other back then. And I was thinking, God, that girl's still hanging out with that girl, right? All of these years, and they're still from those back in the day. And the thing about Guam is when you grow up in the school system, you're naturally going to every grade with the people that you went to kindergarten with or preschool. They, unless you don't live here, and unless, for obvious reasons, unless you don't live here, unless you're not from here, and and you're transient, maybe in the military or something. But if you live here and you've lived here all your life, and you've gone to school here, most of your friends are still the same friends that you had from back in the day, which I thought was really satisfying. That you're growing up, and small towns are like this too. Small towns in the U.S. where people don't necessarily leave the town. They advance their careers in that town, and they live in that town. They're never going anywhere else. Some of them never even been on an airplane, but they all know everybody's children and the generations of people. So, hey, for all of these kids that are just making it happen for their years, and it's starting off in school, this is some great stuff. And I'm kind of waxing nostalgic because Tia took a picture of Riley yesterday inside his dorm room. That was a shocker because normally we'd get the first day of school pictures, but him standing outside the door with he's got a couple of roommates down in his dorm. And they're showing a picture of his dorm room and inside where the way that they've been able to capsulize these spaces inside these small spaces where everybody is. There's a bunk on top and the desk is on the bottom, and everything else has to be completely and neatly organized because one thing out of place is going to screw up everybody else's space. So it's pretty cool to see that little lump in the throat to watch these kids grow up. But it certainly is a really cool time for everybody right now on Guam. I got to say, yesterday there was one of those take your breath away breaking news stories about Patrick Lujan. We still don't know what that situation is. We're waiting for. When the magistrate's complaints came down yesterday, I was searching for his name. I'm pretty sure everybody was, especially the media, because we're all trying to figure out what this state historic preservation officer did to get him arrested in a case where they're saying he was being held for some sort of assault to include strangulation, which strangulation in this town has an entirely different meaning than some of these other crimes that are committed. Strangulation, apparently, it was B.J. Cruz, I remember, when he was last a senator, one of his parting pieces of legislation would put strangulation in its own category. And the punishment for that was far more severe than regular assault cases. But it was unfortunate. We got the message that came out of, because Adelup obviously needed to know first of all, what had gone wrong. And so they sent out a statement yesterday about this. Let me see where I can find it. Okay, it was the governor's statement on the arrest of Patrick Lujan, sort of short and simple. The allegations reported today involving State Historic Preservation Officer Patrick Lujan are serious and deeply concerning. Mr. Lujan has been placed on administrative leave effective immediately while the legal process moves forward. Carlotta Leon Guerrero will serve as acting State Historic Preservation Officer to ensure the work of the office continues without interruption. Every person is entitled to due process and the presumption of innocence. We will respect that process and allow law enforcement and the courts to do their work. This is sort of a hint at what kind of case that we're talking about. She says, I also recognize that this case will receive significant public attention, and that is to be expected. I want to use that attention to say something directly to anyone in our community experiencing abuse or violence. You do not have to suffer in silence. Please reach out to someone you trust and seek help. There are people and organizations on Guam ready to help you find safety and support. So victims of crimes, whether this is a domestic situation or this was a brawl that took place somewhere else, but the charges are quite serious. And the allegations against him are quite serious. And so, whatever has happened, everybody is watching this story because everybody knows Patrick Lujan. Do you know him? No. Oh, Patrick Lujan, for crying out loud. Patrick Lujan was started the Guam News Network. He's been a longtime sportscaster and probably one of the longest veteran sportscasters on Guam, and well respected at that. He started the Guam Sports Network. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay, so he's out at all of these games. He knows pretty much everybody in the sports world and has a wealth of knowledge. He also, I think he just retired from the Guard, so he's also had a stellar career in military force and military armed forces, and then now being the State Historic Preservation Officer, he's sort of the guy that is the last stop for this whole world of determining or seeing through this development that's taking place on Guam in these places where there is history, where you will find artifacts or people have to get his permission if they're building a house or they're building some sort of building, and it has to be archaeologically sound. I don't know if there's even a word like that, but archaeologists have to, especially in certain places of Guam. I'm stumbling here because I'm trying to find the right words. Especially there's significant areas around Guam that have had, historical purposes that when somebody unearths something, what looks like a tooth, what looks like a bone, what looks like some sort of artifact. Every single one of those things has to be, construction stopped. Ask people who have tried to build a house, or ask people who are just in hell when it comes to the cost of having to get an archaeologist out there to take these samples and to sort of look at them and determine, their origins or just identify, where it came from if it's a tooth. Sometimes they've done it and it's like, oh, that's a Carabao tooth. But they stop everything. And so the SHPO, that's the office where that's a clearinghouse for all of these things. And then they take responsibility for anything that is found, any of these artifacts that might be found, especially sacred stuff, to ensure that they're properly handled and then properly interred someplace, right? Ancestral remains and the like. So it's a really sensitive job that he's got, and it's probably one of those jobs, I guess I should call Carlotta and ask her, but it's one of those jobs that you're not always going to be the good guy, right? Because especially in places like in development, and especially on the military bases, where development is, they're really hypersensitive about discovering. Yes, we discover stuff all the time because Guam is one big graveyard, is what it is. There's people who settled here for, hundreds and hundreds of years. They were buried here. You'll find a lot of stuff along the ocean side where people settled. But we're one big graveyard. You'll find things out here under the ground all the time. People do, and ask people who have built a house on a spot where had to unearth the land or dig up the land and then discovered something and what that delay looks like. I know somebody who I think it was delayed for about a year, and that's frustrating because the cost rises the longer you wait with the construction company that you have contracted to do the job. So it's an important job, and Patrick has had a really good reputation over the years. I've dealt with him a couple times. We are media colleagues, if you will. But he's always been like this guy that I've known in the media, and I've always respected him, and I feel badly. It's unfortunate. I feel badly that something is happening, and I guess we'll find out the true story eventually when that happens. We'll find out what the magistrates report and say and see. But to the governor's point, it sort of suggests at this right now that there clearly was violence, but under what circumstances? Is it domestic violence again? Or was it, was there a brawl, somewhere? Did they run into trouble and that happened? But again, strangulation is a charge all on its own that you really will see the effects of that. We're also dealing with a couple of other things. I was going to talk about the budget, but I just did. There's still this dispute that they have with Simon Sanchez coming to an end of its, seemingly, insurmountable dealings and the controversy surrounded by the procurement of a new Simon Sanchez High School campus. So the Department of Public Works yesterday just basically wiped the slate clean, and they canceled the procurement for the new Simon Sanchez High School, starting back at zero. This is after years of this procurement being challenged over and over again. And now Vince Areola says they're going to restart the procurement. They're going to do so as quickly as they can and within the law, and understanding that Guam's northern villages are relying now on the next steps. So this was the story that I'm reading came after this decision, after the procurement was placed in an indefinite stay because General Pacific Service's 3 protests, one filed November 19th and another on December 12th of 2025. They said none of the protests established a material violation of Guam procurement law, but continuing the existing procurement would not be in the best interests of the government, students, or community. He says, I'm not going to allow GPS to hold Simon Sanchez students hostage to years of needless litigation. DPW followed the law. The evaluation process was sound, and all 3 protests were denied, but the students can't continue waiting while one unsuccessful proposer attempts to secure an award it did not receive. Canceling and restarting the procurement is the fastest responsible path forward. And I guess that's where the question is, that this argument has a point, but it's actually these students are the ones that are suffering, and it's very frustrating, and it's absolutely understandable. They've been waiting for a replacement campus for years. And every procurement protest, as we deal with on Guam, adds another layer of delay. But here, if the 3 protests were meritless, right, and the procurement was sound, then why throw out the entire thing? That's kind of where I was. The first question that I had. I asked, and their response or their answer is essentially that winning the protest isn't enough, that GPS could appeal, the automatic stay could continue, litigation could drag on, and then Simon Sanchez will remain stuck in limbo for eternity. So they decided that starting over is probably faster than defending the process that it started. So it isn't necessarily right at this point. It isn't necessarily a horrible thing as much as we need to know what's that timeline then. You know, if you scratch the slate clean, then how long is that process? He says they'll do it as soon as possible, as fast as is legally possible. So this time around, because there were so many protests for sure, but so many other people on the side, you know, creating controversy, not creating, but reporting on controversy within that process, that they're going to have to go back and you know, make sure that everything is going to be as transparent as possible. And hopefully that people will continue to trust them, that they're going to be, you know, they're going to be doing their thing right and doing it in front of the people. This letter has a tone that GPS keeps, you know, filing these protests, 3 of them so far, hoping that the outcome would be different after a 4th one, maybe. They never got to a 4th, but they shouldn't automatically, I don't think that GPS should automatically be considered the villain in this case, just because it protested. Vendors do that all the time, and they have a legal right to charge or challenge the government's procurement. Because these protests can also expose any dealings that have taken place throughout the process, like favoritism, or there might have been mistakes, or there might have been violations in the procurement process that usually come out in them. So the problem is when the system like we have, this procurement system that allows that there be a protest, then everyone ultimately found meritless, like they're saying, found meritless, that it will freeze this whole development for eternity. And so you can have this consistent cycle of going around and round because you didn't win the bid, and you want to keep on protesting it to death until they might find something. And they did 3 times over, didn't. So, you know, I guess they're stopping it at a point where GPS could actually be the company that's stopping the progress of this forever. We've seen procurements last that long. There was once years ago with GRTA, there was a procurement protest for the bus companies that would be providing services to GRTA. And it was Kloppenburg and someone else. Somebody helped me out here. It was years ago. I'm surprised I remember it. But for years during this happening, and I think it was during the Calvo administration, might even happen during the Felix Camacho administration, that for years they were having emergency procurements every 30 days. And they were switching off between the 2 companies to make it fair because the protest lasted so long and they never had a resolution that from one month to the other, you didn't know which company's buses you were going to get on. They had the routes, but everything changed every 30 days. And they did that for years. Bus riders were frustrated because the rules would change every month. You know, whatever the policy was, if this particular company had to stick for a while until the next 30 days, and then that company had an entirely different policy. So there was just a lot of that. But this is how you can become in procurement hell, by doing stuff like this, because the procurement process won't stop until they figure out that someone was wrong. And so now, I guess I want to know, what is the time frame that's legally possible? Because I think Simon Sanchez needs to know, are my kids going to stay at Teason High School for the next 4 years? Or are they going to be there for the life of the construction that now another generation of kids is not going to be graduating from that campus. That's what needs to be transparent, and I hope that this new process will provide just that. We're going to hit that AP News now, traffic with Dice, and the weather. That's ahead here on Mornings with Patty. We are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
AP News, I'm Julie Walker. The Trump administration says it's temporarily pausing construction of a controversial border construction project in the Big Bend National Park, while the head of the agency tasked with building the wall visits Texas to do an on-the-ground evaluation. The project through the national park in southern Texas has faced fierce bipartisan opposition by critics who say it is marring a pristine environmental area and that the region's rugged and remote terrain already serves as a deterrent to migrants and smugglers. President Trump has ordered the Pentagon to scale back annual joint military exercises with South Korea as his war against Iran stretches the limits of U.S. aircraft carriers. Trump said South Korea would not help with his war against Iran and cited his good relationship with North Korea's Kim Jong-un.
We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
The USS George Washington is replacing the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Middle East amid growing concerns about mental health and supply issues aboard the long-deployed Lincoln. The move leaves the Western Pacific without a key military asset as China shows more signs of aggression. However, Trump says concerns about conditions on the Lincoln are fake.
Over the years, we've had them out there much longer. I was at a group meeting, and an admiral came up to see me over the weekend. And it was at a big group, and he happened to be an admiral retired. He said, I've been on ships that are out there much longer than that, sir. And I know people on the Lincoln, they say it's beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of. And other people went out and they found out to be true. It was fake news reporting.
There have been escalating concerns over the mental health and supply issues for American sailors enduring nearly 9 months at sea. This is AP News. Charles de Ledesma reports the BBC is asking a U.S. court for help in getting documents and testimony from members of President Trump's family in connection with a $10 billion defamation lawsuit.
Lawyers for the BBC argue that Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner and Donald Trump Jr. have personal knowledge and likely have records relevant to elements of the president's claims against the broadcaster, according to a filing Friday in a federal court in Florida. The broadcaster has been unable to serve subpoenas because the three have Secret Service protection and other security personnel around them. Trump filed the lawsuit in December seeking $10 billion in damages from the BBC, accusing it of defamation as well as deceptive and unfair trade practices. The BBC has apologized to Trump for a misleading program edit, but says it has not defamed him. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
I'm Julie Walker, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patty, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Alpha Day Guam, this is Joshua Smith from the National Weather Service with your Monday morning, August 17th forecast. Scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms will be possible today, and really through the rest of the week as active weather continues across the Marianas. Gentle southwest winds will ease slightly today and become light by Tuesday. Combined seas of 4 to 6 feet will persist today and may drop a foot or so by Tuesday. A moderate risk of rip currents will continue along north, south, and west-facing reefs over the next few days. For the latest weather forecast from us here at the National Weather Service, visit us at weather.gov/GUM or dial 211. Hope everyone has a great day.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Mornings with Patty. This is the Wave 105 FM. We got about 4 minutes after 7 o'clock this morning, streaming online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com. That's for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. That's Mobile Smiles. Fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Triple J Auto Group, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code One Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code One Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM.
It's time to celebrate Haggadah! Join us for the Cost-U-Less Haggadah Grand Opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost-U-Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost-U-Less Haggadah Grand Opening Weekend. Don't miss it.
Off today, everyone. Good morning. Let's hit the streets right now for your second look at your traffic report. It is being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website if you head to GuamAutospot.com. All right, folks, it looks like traffic is light this morning, getting along Route 10 in Barragata as well as Manilao. Traffic is looking nice, getting around Jotnya this morning, Chalampago, Ordot, as well as Sinohanya. We don't have much delays this morning. Into Mooning as well as Upper Tumon looks really nice right now. However, traffic is beginning to build up for our folks in Dedido as well as Jigo this morning. We also got school buses that are also making the rounds, so please, Guam, watch your speed limit in the school zone and in the villages this morning. Let's continue to keep our eyes on the roads, not on the phones. There's no texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Hafaday, Guam! The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
The Edge of Heaven, Friday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. introduces you
to the fifth dimension, where you find a greater appreciation for everything in your life. Find more consciousness of the bigger picture. Bring yourself more power, along with the intuition on how to guide that power, bringing you to a place of independent contentment. Give you the key to overcome sorrow, always encouraging honesty and self-acceptance, revealing that everything you seek outside yourself is right inside. Your limited identification will dissolve, and it will expand into a greater field of awareness. You will realize and remember that it is all God, even when it doesn't feel like God. Every Friday evening from 6 to 8 on Wave 105, join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, sponsored by Jay Goodman and Osmujao Community School.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community
prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare,
paid family leave,
school breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
Real conversations, real issues, real Guam. This is Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Oh, 105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Start your morning with confidence right here on Mornings with Patti.
Who's that? Oh wait, that's me. Reflection so on fleek. I'm it, that's all I need. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Top check, I'm good, I'm golden. I got that groove unfolding. Heartbeat so smooth, I'm rolling. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I got no sunshine in my pocket. Good mood's what I'm rocking. I'm feeling like ooh, 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 ooh. Rhythm in my soul. 24 karat gold. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, I'm on a roll. Ooh. Step aside, make room for the queen. Yeah, I'm so fresh, so clean.
You just had to say that out loud, didn't you?
Take the scene.
About the Monumco rates?
No, because I got dude, I'm renovating my neighbor's house, by the way, everyone. So I love you old folks, okay? So, yeah, so I got Yuli's mom is also on the list. Dude, I am I'm in this community service action, man, and I love volunteering my time.
You the old folk?
I do.
The old folk are fun, man.
I just feel bad. I know some of them, their families off island or something. So it's what? I got time.
That is
It's
the
in
deal.
my morals. I'm sorry, I was raised right. You know what I mean? I may be 420 friendly, but my morals and beliefs are pretty strong. So yeah.
I don't know. I think I get what you're saying, and we, yeah, that is it's ingrained in us in our culture too, isn't it? Like you take care of the Monumco and you take care of the children. Huh? No. Oh, sorry. What's that? Oh, sorry. You take care of the children. That's part of that. Is kind of how we grew up. It's like the elderly is always, you always have to remember them and take care of them first. And those days. We've had this conversation before, but those days of, families pitching in. We didn't have old folks' homes here. Mm-hmm. We didn't have old folks' homes. We didn't. We have Guma Tranquilidad.
Who's putting their parents in? Sorry, I was on the phone. Who's putting their parents in an oath? Shame on you.
Well, because they can't take care of them. Oh. They have St. Dominic's where the people are infirmed there, and that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Guam doesn't have senior living centers where people living. I'm talking like semi-independent or independent living centers, like they do in other places. Hawaii, for example, has really watched out for that market from years, even before most countries were thinking about it, or most states were thinking about it. Hawaii was building high-rise apartment buildings, condos for them to have semi-independent or independent living on separate floors. They had medical centers and all of this stuff. But anyway, I'll hold that conversation because Dr. Wampat is joining us on the line. She is from the Department of Education. She's a superintendent. Good morning, Dr. Wampat. How are you?
Hi. Getting better.
Oh, getting better. Well, that's good. You actually sound like you're feeling a little. You're sounding a little bit better. The last we left you was last week when you said that you had a meeting with. You were going to be talking to Cortec and with Vince Borja and yourself. DPW, I think, was probably going to be involved in the conversation about what to do with that Teason campus. Whatever came out of that?
Well, yes, we had the meeting last week, and what we looked at were the merits from the two schools, and basically we wanted to stress and delineate whose responsibilities it is to address those issues. So Dr. Ujoe Heath did a matrix looking at the contract to delineate what Cortex responsibilities are, what ours are, and as it turned out, we told and Mr. Ho, by the way, was present with his attorney, and what we decided to do was to focus instead only first of how to address and how soon we can address all of those demerits. And Mr. Ho has basically committed to being able to deploy people over there. So Saturday and Sunday he had sent 125 workers to Teason High School to then look and address the merits. Meanwhile, our attorneys and Attorney Tang are going through the contract to get a better picture of whose responsibilities, it is to fix the schools, because apparently this has been a problem, according to the principal, for years and years and years. And many times our guys get so frustrated because they're told that it is not part of their responsibility or it is not covered in the insurance. Mm-hmm. So we end up doing the work. And we were concerned because what's written in the contract is that if they do the work, we pay for the materials, we pay for the labor, and then above all that, we have to pay 15% interest. And that was, a surprise to us. We never knew that until, this time when we came on board. So we really need to look at that contract because it's just not beneficial at all to our schools, to the department, or even the government for that matter.
Yeah. So, were you able to discuss whose responsibility or lay out the rules of this contract that everybody's clear on?
You're right. So the attorneys are looking at it. Of course, they're going to meet tomorrow. They want to meet tomorrow. But meanwhile, we told them that we still need to focus on fixing the problem because, as I stated, to you last week, is that I know it's a tall order to want to finish everything in a week. And, and so the contractor was saying, well, there's some of these things that are listed by public health that might take up to 6 months. And I said, there's no way we're going to do this because, we need to get our kids back into school. And so I requested for the Division of Environmental Health to send those same inspectors to meet with the workers, our people. And so they did yesterday to kind of clarify specifically, what those citations are. Like, for example, they say there's a stain on the tiles, and the tiles are supposed to be light in color. And the principal said they have stripped the wax. They did everything they could, and they waxed it, but then the stain is still there. But yet they would be cited for it. So I needed to know from DH, does that mean we replace only that one piece of tile? Because, the contractor was saying we might have to do the whole floor, and that's why he's saying it would take months. And so that's what we needed. And yesterday they met, and they now have a better understanding, and hopefully, then they'll be able to finish the work. Because like I said, I know my goal is, to try to get our kids, to get this work done within, 5-7 days with, all of the workers, stationed there.
Wow. So as we're advancing now, Tiedzen is going to be ready as hoped this week, Thursday, or are we more involved in a timeline that is going to keep these kids out of school for a while longer?
No, because the clarifications, of course, were done yesterday, so they have a better idea now. And they're going to just go in specifically to the classrooms that were cited to go and address, some of those issues. Because, like, for example, what we found out yesterday was that we were cited for, not having the right temperature and humidity in rooms. And one room, mind you, just take this, visualize this. The teacher left the classroom, turned off the aircon because she was done for the day because they came in the afternoon. And they were cited that the temperature was, of course, low and the humidity was up. And that they said to the people there is that you should keep the aircon on 24/7. And, doing that when the teacher's gone for the rest of the day, gone for the rest of the weekend, we're supposed to keep those air conditioning running. The other thing we found out is that the mop room where they push in the carts, those storage rooms, small storage rooms, also do not meet the temperature and humidity requirements. So now we're going to have to go in and put an air con in that storage room. So some of these things that we're finding are just really unrealistic, unreasonable, and surely, it does not go with, our weather out here in Guam. It's really hot and humid here all the time. And it's a similar thing where they're saying our restrooms also, yes, it's hot and humid. We would put in a dehumidifier, a fan. We can't get it down. So the only alternative is to put in an air con. But they said, oh, but we're not telling you and requiring you to put in an air con. But how else are we going to bring down the temperature and the humidity but to put in an air con?
Well, then that would mean that these demerits would apply to almost every school on the island.
Absolutely. And that's the reason why we're rushing right now, because we have over 200 restrooms that we're going to have to go out and put in air cons in them, and we're doing it as quickly as we can before they are up for inspection. That's what we're doing. We're running up against time. It's money that we have to put in. I have requested time and time again, even when I was at the governor's office, when Liz Barrett Anderson, the former judge, former attorney general, and I sat with principals to go over the rules and regulations to try to make it a little bit more reasonable, realistic, and within our means. But to this day, they have not even done that. So I've reached out to the senators to do the exact same thing. And our people are ready to meet with them because we can't be doing this. Our schools are all over 50 years of age. And we are required to follow the standards of today as if those buildings are built today.
Well, would it be possible for them to amend the 14 points of adequate education? Because that's sort of the Bible by which the public health also runs its standards, isn't it?
Yes, and I've requested the same thing as well of the legislature. And I'll tell you this, because now I've gotten a FOIA request. I am being threatened to be sued because, one, my special needs children can't be in school, and therefore, because the school is closed down, I'm going to be liable for that. So I just got that yesterday. Then I got another request for FOIA of how many certified, quote unquote, SPET teachers do I have, and we don't have what we call certified teachers, but certified teachers and trained to teach in special ed classrooms. But I'm being threatened now of the possibility of being sued for that. Yeah. Then the other, again, is an ADA requirement. Again, a FOIA was sent to us again because we're going to be threatened. So we're going to be, hit with a lot of lawsuits, I'm telling you. And DOE is easy picking, for us to be sued. And then more to add fault, to the rules, then we have to pay their attorney fees as well. So the government and the legislature is going to have to be on the alert to know what all this is costing us, because we never stop to think that when, we pass legislation, that there are all these intended consequences, and now we're facing them.
Well,
and it's really frustrating.
I'm actually not surprised, and I'm not that this is happening, but I'm surprised that it is happening now. Since that law came into place, and that's Bob Klitsky, so that how long ago that was. Since that law came into place, we've never met all 14 points. And so none of the schools have simultaneously complied with that law ever. So I think it was a matter of time that either there would be a lawsuit coming from someplace or a collective lawsuit from a number of parents, as in a class action, from parents that would all try to get in on it at the same time. You're saying that the only way that we could do this now is to sort of ease up on the standards for certain places where some of these standards are just really, it's not realistic that they would apply. Not that, like you said, in rooms that are usually meant for storage are not usually meant for students. And so, so putting air cons in spaces where students aren't necessarily needed, except for if it was for perishable goods, then that would make sense. I was just kind of waiting for this. I got to tell you, Dr. Wampat, it's been years since I was around when the legislature was haggling over the 14 points of adequate education. I watched that the proceeding, and then when it became law, I at the time I said, one of these days somebody's gonna sue, the Department of Education.
Yes.
And the Department of Education is going to be in trouble when that happens because there's no
Yes.
possible way. So have you talked to Borja about easing up on some of these restrictions that make it more realistic?
Yes, I have, not just Borja, but, to many of the senators. And, I remember the time when these rules came to the legislature, the former Superintendent Fernandez was asking for so many years, I don't know how many years, he said to allow them to try to catch up with all these rules and regulations. And the senator at the time didn't feel that, that they should wait, so they went ahead and passed it right away, and here we are today. So that's an unintended consequence as a result of that. But what's the interesting thing that's really so hurtful is that we found out from several people and even the principals that when these inspectors are walking around and that particular day, some of the staff were actually, who were not part of the walkthrough, were pointing and getting the attention of the inspectors to say, "Oh, look at this and look at that corner. This should be cited." Our own people is reporting us, and then Friday morning we got another report that DH is going to go now and inspect Southern High School because they got a complaint again from an anonymous person. So they went and did a surprise inspection as well. So the senator was trying to be proactive and has reached out, yes, to some of the military officials. And my understanding is they did a walkthrough at 4 o'clock, yesterday. So everyone in the community is trying to help us, but then we're getting those that are still pulling us down and dragging us down. And I don't know whether these individuals that don't want to come to work, don't want schools closed again.
I would sort of believe that would happen by employees who have seen, this happen for years and they finally have an opportunity maybe to get somebody's attention because for years these things have been slowly deteriorating in front of their face. I would wonder whether or not it could be seen not less as sabotage than it is calling attention to complaints that they've had for many years that were never addressed. Will you think that?
And I would agree with you exactly with that statement. But when they send photos, because we shared the photos with the principals, and many of them have said those are old photos. It's just like the rats, remember at Simon Sanchez? They were sending those photos that were like a year old, but yet the reaction of the community and public health and the senators was to respond to it immediately and close down Simon Sanchez. I mean, that's what we're getting. I understand that there's all these problems for years where we've not been getting, adequate, funding for our facilities because they are very old. We have so many deferred maintenance, and we're catching up, granted, as much as we can to do this. And our guys are overworked. Our people, even at the schools, are tired. They're working so hard, but they just can't keep up. And we can't keep up financially as well because, like I said, these are old buildings. And I'll let you know that Saturday morning when we met with the Codel, they asked us, what are some of your asks? And one of my asks was specifically to our facilities that are so old because many of our schools were built many years ago, in the early part with military and, federal dollars. But now, all of these other schools, the fairly new ones, we have done ourselves. And the Senate, one of the members had asked, please send me then the details of, what your situation is, because that is a big ask, and not just for our senators, but I made the appeal to the Codel as well, because we need to address our schools.
Absolutely. There, last year the legislature also appropriated or made part of the budget $10 million in maintenance, and that was supposed to be expended. I don't know if it's over, several years period that $10 million was going to go into making sure that the schools were maintained. Is that was
for 1 year? Yes. No, that was for 1 year. It's a 1 year appropriation. And so my understanding what had happened that with the last administration is that, yes, they were able to hire some of the, workers, the skilled laborers that they needed, and then the rest of the money went to them start to purchase all the supplies and the materials that they need. And that has really helped tremendously. But, this year, what, we're doing as well, and is that we've put in the request, in terms of having some, monies for maintenance, and the legislature, my understanding is that they have taken the funds in which they would normally have appropriated for guests for the 4 schools, and that would be instead appropriated to DOE right now to then take care of all 30, I would say 36 schools, because JFK is still under CAPSA, and one school is still with Okado. That's the only school. The other 3 will come back to us. The maintenance will come back to us starting October 1.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's still going to be a funding issue. There always is a funding issue when it comes to maintenance of the schools. So I guess bringing it back home, whatever you can fix that is crucial to the kids going back to school. Are you going to be, have you a priority list, like that air conditioner situation is part of the priority, or is it is it the air con in the bathrooms? I mean, where can you avoid getting sued, for one thing, and 2, what is the timeline for this to happen again? Are you still?
Well, yeah. Well, I know we're still working, really. I know we're really pushing hard, for hopefully by, this Friday. That's why we wanted to get a status report yesterday. So what we found out was that already Friday, they started to look at the air conditioning. Saturday and Sunday, the guys came in, and I know they're looking at, we saw a bunch of stuff on the roof of all the rooms to try to address any cracks and leaking and water leaks into the classrooms. So most definitely, there are other areas that we didn't check by the end of the day, but I know this morning my deputy will be there as well, and F&M are there working side by side with them. So we are pushing for a lot of those. The one area right now that they're saying might be a little bit difficult is the hallway, where there's no way now. They're trying to figure out a way to put air conditioning in. So I don't know how that's going to work.
I don't either. So we're going to, I guess, keep an eye on it. But right now, it doesn't look like the kids will be back in school by Thursday, which was kind of a loose estimate of the time.
Yes.
Okay. So, would it be another week maybe that you estimate?
It's hard, really, honestly, to say. Like I said, we try to, on a daily basis, is to get an update and to go over every one of those demerits. So, hopefully today we have a better picture, better idea again. So I would definitely, come on your show to report, our progress.
That's fair enough. And just quickly, Dr. Wampat, what do you think about DPW pulling the procurement of Simon Sanchez? That clearly will sound like a delay for Simon Sanchez, but how do you expect to proceed at this point?
Yeah, so they did, because apparently, I don't know the timelines required, for a resolution to settle this, and so they felt that the best way would be to start all over, and we are the recipients, and we can only go with what is, being recommended by, the government. I mean, of course, it's a delay, but whether this delay to settle this protest is going to be long, yes, I would rather just stop and start all over, and let's move forward, learn from our mistakes, and don't make those mistakes the second time around, and move forward.
Well, let's hope that the process doesn't drag on, but we still have a procurement law that allows for vendors to continue to protest. And as long they can start the process all over again, but it's always going to be held up by the process, by protests. They just, everything comes to a screeching halt. And I guess they'd have to be absolutely perfect in the bid and perfect in the terms of the contract for somebody to not, and of the award, that somebody is not going to have have a problem with it. And you never know until it's completely done, and then you see that the other side might oppose something, meritless or not. It's still going to cause a delay. Yep, yes. It happens all the time. Dr. Wappat, I appreciate your time, and I'll look forward to your reporting back to the community when you get an idea later on what the opening might look like for Teads and Simon Sanchez. Thanks for the time.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much for giving me that opportunity.
It's my pleasure, always. 20 minutes now before 8 o'clock. Let's go ahead and take a break. Be right back.
It's time to celebrate Hagatya! Join us for the Cost You Less Hagatya grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost You Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost You Less Hagatya grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
Hey, Guam. Good morning, guys. Welcome back. Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now. This will be your third look at your traffic report, which is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule that test drive at 478 Auto, or hey, if you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. All you got to do is head to GuamAutospot.com. All right, friends, it looks like traffic is beginning to pick up for our friends getting around the main gate of the Naval Base this morning. We got some north and southbound traffic around Patti as well as Nimitil. Traffic is beginning to build up, as well as our friends through Sinahanya, Ordot, Manilao, or hopping on to Route 10 this morning. You'll find some north and southbound delays there. We want to encourage and remind the public to please watch your speed limit this morning. Be on the lookout for our school buses coming around the school zones and in the villages. When you see the school buses with the lights flashing, just a reminder that that bus is going to come to a complete stop, and we'd like to ask that you do the same. Eyes on the roads, not on the phones. There's no texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Remember, folks, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster in car seats. It's your traffic report. This is the Wave 105 FM. Good morning, Guam. It's Mornings with Patti.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Hafide Guam! The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit ghra.org for details.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Turn us on and turn up the island dialogue. Wave 105, the talk of Guam, Glimpses Media.
You're my ride or die, girl. I know you do. 7:46 in the morning. Here we are. A beautiful Tuesday morning happening outside. I'm going to run over to the Division of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention and to speak with their chief. Rob St. Augustine joins us on the line. Hey, Rob. How you doing, man? It's been a while.
Half a day, good morning.
Half a day and
Last
good
time
morning.
was right after the storm. That's just lucky.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, whenever homelessness and poverty prevention is a topic of conversation, I sort of perk up because that's one area where we don't, you know, we see it every day, right? We know it happens. We see people struggling all the time. But there's so many advances in the past several years that have been made because this has been a pet project of the Lieutenant Governor. And so, you know, watching that unit go up, you know, for residents to be a part of, is you know a huge thing. Part of the reason I'm calling you is you've come up with a plan for the next year, and you know what the elephant in the room is. You're not going to be here next year. This might be a whole, you know, this might, I mean, I don't, this is not me wishing that you wouldn't be here. I just don't know if you'd be retained, you know, in that division. But but the point is the reality of the situation is that, you know, the best laid plans can be changed by somebody who comes into office who might have a better plan. And so how much in stone is this plan written so that you're not departing from the efforts of the past 8 years? This is clearly a fluid topic, and you know, either one of these new candidates that come in, are you satisfied with their platforms on how to deal with it, or do they have a platform?
I think, well, as far as our work and platforms go, I think historically the barriers and issues have been the same on Guam. So I think this is a good roadmap for how to address it, no matter what administration ends up going in. Yeah,
and it's a problem that doesn't change. It's the response to it is what we are you know, is how we choose our leaders on these certain topics. And I don't know how you would assess the years that you've been in the chief of this division there, Rob, but what is your assessment of the homeless problem or the state of people going off the edge and into poverty? Has it increased in the last decade? Are you seeing there being improvements despite the fact that there are factors in there that are completely out of Guam's control? Fuel, the cost of living, some of these things are just not going to be fixed anytime soon because we don't have any control over it.
Right. I think, yes, since I'd say maybe COVID, there was a big, you know, just everything has changed since then. So prices have changed. There was a big change in employment and things like that. So I think we're still heading out of recovery, or still dealing with the recovery from that. And there was a lot of job skills and things that need to be developed and retained from that time that can still help people do that. In the meantime, though, we've had to try to get the benefits in line and make sure that people know where to go. So that's our job as DHAP, is to really help people navigate what they can get, and then to lead them to where they can go if they have a plan for what they want to do. We're there to kind of assist in that rescue for them. I think what we've done and what lieutenant governors want to do is try to increase our partnerships with creating OHAP, or now that is DHAP, and in public health, just creating that resources and partnerships. So we've really worked with the mayors, worked with all of the being part of the Homeless Coalition and being a strong voice within that with all the nonprofits. It's really helped us to understand what we all can do and create better partnerships where we each have a little piece of what we can do and put it all together, and to create a good plan to move forward with everything.
Yeah, well, you have to have a good plan, and you have to have a plan when you're leaving, but that plan will either be negated and a new plan will come up. But in the meantime, the funding is always going to be an issue because you don't know how the legislature will prioritize this as an issue. So I guess the better question to you is this going to be a growing problem on Guam? Or do you think that the plan that has been in place addresses a lot of the reasons why people become homeless and or are displaced and will fall over the edge because they don't have the resources?
I think from the strategic plan point, or from our office point, that may be a little bit out of what we're doing to address the things outside of what we have. But what we can do is take what we have, being part of public health now, SNAP benefits, Medicaid, the TFAP program that we have now, and is make sure that those things are there for people that are experiencing instability, people that are having, if they're being evicted or things like that, they know a place, they know where they can go to seek that help. So if funding is going to be the issue, and there is funding issues coming from the federal side, because even for the Continuum of Care Grant, which is the Guam Homeless Coalition federal side, I think we are facing some cutbacks or holds on some of those, the annual grant that we get. So there will be more cuts, and a lot of the nonprofits are held to only what the grant does. So the functions of everyone will have to take a step back and look at where we are once the funding clears up. But in the meantime, we'll look for more funding. There's always opportunities out there. Like West Care, they've gotten a lot of funding in the last year. So we just got to keep on the lookout for each other and make sure, hey, if we see something that we're can apply for, then we'll do that. If there's any other funding opportunity for another nonprofit, we'll try to work with them and push in that way. But funding is an issue that we will need to pay attention to in the next few years, just so that we can keep these programs going for the people that need it.
Yeah, absolutely. The point in time count that you guys point to, that count that is done, is that already something as a matter of policy that is done by public health, or is this something that's a program that could be that could change? Is it a policy, or is it just
yes, this is the point in time count's mandated by HUD in order to get continuum of care money, which is it's called the COC grant. This is a consolidated grant that GURA applies for, and then they sub-grant it out to the Guam Homeless Coalition members. So that is mandated by HUD so that all the territories and states can get the money. Once we do the count, then those numbers go to the federal side, and they calculate how much money that Guam can get.
Okay. Well, this is going to be an interesting, part of the plan for the next year. Any new administration, obviously, as you well know, any new administration takes a minute for them to get back into the swing. I think a larger part of this is going to be in that transition, and whoever is going to assume control of that division, you may not know for a while. So would the transition just dictate that everything is status quo until the cabinet is formed and all of the divisions are filled with personnel of their choices? That this plan will continue to be in place until it's otherwise changed by somebody who thinks it might be, better than the current one. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I expect that to be so. Yeah. Where our job is our job, and people are always going to need help. So, my staff, whatever the results are, we still have work to do, and not deter that from. Distract that from what we have ahead of us.
Yeah, because again, this is like a fluid situation that people are changing status all the time, and it does kind of happen rapidly when you find more and more people that you didn't see on the streets, and they're like, "Wow, where did you come from?" Right? And they're also a real transient community, so someone may show up in your neighborhood when they were in, Gigo last, right? So, so it always looks like there's somebody new, but this is a population of people that just sort of circulates wherever they see that there are resources. For somebody like you, I'm going to get a little bit more into personal with you on this one, but because you have followed this, and you're right at the very tip of the problem here by being a division that provides assistance, you pretty much know who is who in our neighborhoods and some of their personal stories. That might be a little bit hard to walk away from when the job is over, at least in government service, right? So how do you, this is more of a personal question, how do you shut it down if you do shut it down? You know what you know, you've seen what you've seen. These are real people that will continue to either thrive or go deeper into poverty, even no matter who's in charge.
Right. I think, for me, it's really been life changing for me. Just understanding, this is our island, so we got to make sure our people are taken care of. So I think no matter what happens, if I end up out of the government, I may end up still with maybe a nonprofit or something. But I think just understanding the struggles that people go through, it's hard, and I think I'll remain doing it. Just seeing the struggle. It's a lot of external things, a lot of things that deal with family that we can do better on as people. So I'll just keep doing what I need to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know it hits a nerve with a lot of people because this is again. I mean, surely it definitely it does. Because our attitudes towards it is, we have a negative attitude toward it. They're pests. They're invaders of territory. They take over quiet spaces. They smell. They act funny. They're drinking on the side of the road, and there's violence. All of the things that go along with the plight of people is in our face every day. And this community needs to continue to make sure that no matter who is in charge politically, that we just have that basic human dignity that we preserve for everybody. They deserve dignity, and you can't pay for that. And there's policies that you can't create for that, right? You can't throw money at it. This is dignity. Just comes with humanity, and sometimes we forget that everybody's entitled to it, no matter who they are. And so that's why I say this office and what you guys do, what everybody does in these civic or charitable nonprofit organizations. You gotta be all in it emotionally, because some of it can't translate into budget. It's just you can't even.
True. Yep.
Right.
You got to care a lot.
You got to care a lot, and you got to remember that everybody has the right to dignity. I do appreciate. I hope this is not our last interview. This is not goodbye, Rob. I just wanted to bug you for today. I promise you'll get more of me, and I'll get more of you before the year is out. Thanks so much for taking the time with me. Have a good day, Rob. Thanks for your help.
Thank you, Patti.
Okay.
You too.
My pleasure.
Bye.
It's that's one of those topics in government which is really hard to. It's hard to assess right? And when you're a policymaker and you've got a budget for it, you got to look at, what amount of money is a good amount of money, and what amount of money or amount of service or amount of help is going to be looked at by the tax-paying public as an adequate amount or too much of an amount that we're throwing at a problem. And people can get, the point I was making about the dignity part, people can get downright evil when it comes to dealing with the homeless or those who are impoverished. They get downright, grab yourself up, by the bootstraps and get out there and get a job. You don't understand. Plenty of people have, been in bad spaces and, they've had ways to get out of it. There's public services available. Just take advantage of them and clean up your act. And it's like, bro, if I could just say that, if you just could say that and it would magically happen, that would be fantastic. But it doesn't happen that way. And this is why it becomes a growing problem, because every single person that we're talking about is an individual with his own set of ways that they got there. And you can't put a blanket figure or a policy or a plan on everybody's individual problems. So, good luck to them. And I certainly hope that the next administration will put this on a priority list that's a little bit higher for all. It's 8 o'clock now. We got to go ahead and take our break here. We are KGUM FM and Dedido Guam.
AP News, I'm Julie Walker. Luke Garrett reports on the latest developments in the Strait of Hormuz.
After Iran said it was working to finalize a joint statement with Oman on a plan to manage shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, US President Donald Trump made a threat that he would bomb Oman if it got in the way of a deal. Details have previously emerged that Oman and Iran would reopen the strait with ships entering through a route close to Iran and exiting through a route close to Oman without paying fees or tolls during an interim period. Speaking to a Fox News reporter, Trump threatened Oman not to get in the way of any potential deal, allegedly using an expletive for emphasis. Fully reopening the waterway has been a key US demand, and a 60-day negotiating period to find a peace deal between Washington and Tehran is expiring. According to Fox News, Trump claimed that the 60-day deadline was irrelevant because there was no timeline, and that the US has a back channel for talks with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard.
Today, Trump reiterated a sticking point in the peace deal with Iran.
Well, they want to make a deal, but they're not going to make the kind of a deal that I feel is necessary. Look, we're in there for one reason. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. You understand that? Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
The long-awaited trial begins in rapper Tupac Shakur's 1996 killing in Las Vegas. Jessica Hill reports.
I'm here at the Las Vegas courthouse. Shakur died after a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas nearly 30 years ago. Prosecutors allege Dwayne Davis, also known as Keefe D, did not pull the trigger but provided the gun and orchestrated the shooting. He wrote a book called Compton Street Legend that includes details of the shooting. However, his defense attorney says that the book was fictionalized to make a profit. If he is found guilty, he faces life in prison. The trial is expected to last about 4 weeks.
This is AP News. Lindsay Clancy's mother and sister took the stand today at her trial to recount how they saw her become increasingly anxious, paranoid, and suicidal in the months before she killed her 3 children. Clancy's mother, Paula Musgrove, sounding at times emotional, describing her daughter as a dedicated and loving mother whose mental health began declining in October 2022, about 3 months before Clancy strangled the children and attempted to kill herself. Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. Clancy wrote in a text message displayed to the jury. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone. Thunderstorms, heavy rain, and flash flooding continued to threaten a swath of the U.S. from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic today. I'm Julie Walker, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Hafa Day Guam, this is Josh Wisner from the National Weather Service with your Monday morning, August 17th forecast. Scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms will be possible today, and really through the rest of the week as active weather continues across the Marianas. Gentle southwest winds will ease slightly today and become light by Tuesday. Combined seas of 4 to 6 feet will persist today and may drop a foot or so by Tuesday. A moderate risk of rip currents will continue along north, south, and west-facing reefs over the next few days. For the latest weather forecast from us here at the National Weather Service, visit us at weather.gov/GUM or dial 211. Hope everyone has a great day.
Good morning, Guam. Half a day, everyone. Welcome back. This is Mornings with Patti. You are tuned in to the Wave 105 FM. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. The Agana Shopping Center. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center. Your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. And Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor, plus steel-toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
It's time to celebrate Haggatya! Join us for the Cost You Less Haggatya grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost You Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost You Less Haggatya grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Hafa Guam. The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit ghra.org for details.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Real voices, real stories, right here at home.
Start of all of my dreams. Always Tuesday when we part, and I lose everything. Wednesday was last, it's the middle of the road.
I went outside.
Right on. Feel a little better.
No, it's freezing in here.
Oh, Patty.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I went over and it's like, I need to snuggle. And Dice is like, get away from me.
Hey, no.
No, you didn't do that. I was like, feel my hands.
I got you.
Well, because I'm just a delicate, petite thing.
That's okay.
It's
You're
just
good.
so
You're
petite.
good.
Oh, my God.
Well, it's gonna be hot today, so
Is it?
enjoy
Is it gonna be like a nice weather? Or are we
Patty,
gonna have
we're gonna hit 98 today, so yeah, I'll bet
98 degrees outside?
Yeah, man, it's gonna be warm.
Or
today.
excuse me for yawning. Do you yawn when you're cold?
No.
Okay, I yawn all the time when I'm just like constant. So wait a minute, is it going to be 98 like in the hot car, or is it 98 degrees is the outside temperature?
outdoors,
Dang.
so,
Okay, I'm
yeah,
all
we're
right.
excited for that.
I'll be whining about this later. You know what I mean? Like I'm so cold now, and then I'm going to be in the heat. And I'm going to be. I wish I was cold. Hey, you can't catch a break when you live on Guam. You just got to acclimate to whatever whatever you're doing.
100%.
100%. Well, I really hope that I actually sent a note to Rob saying that was a very heartfelt message, and he just said that whoever is coming in keeps the focus on this homeless population. And this division of homelessness and poverty prevention was actually, I think it's the division. I don't know how active they had been before. It was a pet project of the lieutenant governor. This was like his big thing, this and beautification in the first term. And so I guess it does become, when you do this work, it's different than paving roads, right? There's like no emotional feeling that compels you to want to pave roads or put street signs up or check out, lane striping. It doesn't evoke the same emotion when you're running an agency that deals with roadways as opposed to when you're running a division that deals only with the homeless. It's like you don't see who you're not talking to people whose life or death depends on the striping of a road. I mean, just open your eyes a little and put your brights on. I guess that's the figure out, don't travel at night. There's other things. Homelessness is one of those areas in America, for that matter, where there are many reasons why you become homeless. Some people do it by choice. And some people are without a home because they've fallen into a situation. And obviously not having the resources to be able to buy a home or get shelter is a growing problem in America. People just can't afford rent. And it keeps going higher and higher until it prices pretty much everyone right out of the market. They have the National Association of Realtors has a visiting, I think he's like the president of the National Association of Realtors. He arrived here in Guam, I think yesterday, for a conference that they're having today. And I reached out to the local president of the association here. And I said, hey, man, can I interview this guy? Because it would be really interesting to hear on a national front what people are dealing with homes and housing and real estate. There are some communities where you don't even talk about real estate. It's like, I'd like to get into the real estate market, says no one. Because if you're looking at the average, like median home costing upwards of nearly $500,000, you can't even start talking about building a house or wanting to get into a home, buying a home. There's just no option for that to happen, and you're stuck. You're stuck paying rent in a place where the market is so favorable to certain segments of the community that they have landowners that won't rent to anybody else. And, and it's the haves and the have-nots. If you come from, you come with government help, you've got the security of having GORA, pay your rent, if that is security. But they also talk about the types of people that need public welfare or public service or public help to be able to get into some of these units where landlords are saying, if I'm going to rent my place and invest in it to be the top of the line of finished product that would be attractive to the highest bidder, then it's not going to be that I'm going to go into a GORA situation where you don't know what you're dealing with. if you're going to rent to the military, there's a certain personality, if you will, that comes along with renting to the military. You know, there is a structure, there is decorum, there are rules of conduct, there's all of that stuff that they have to follow because they are in the military, and whatever they do outside the gate is a reflection on them inside the gate. So the consequences will bleed through those fences. And you find that, and I'm not saying, trust me, I am not ever going to say, you know, military people who live in these homes are, you know, never slobs, or they're, you know, too loud for the personality of the neighborhood, or, you know, they've got to be the best people on earth. They don't really care as, you know, if you're a nuisance, you're a nuisance. You're going to get kicked out. Some of them just are nuisances because they're just not friendly people, but their money's good. The money's good. The federal government is paying the rent, and the money is good. So you can rely on that check coming in every month. You don't have to deal with, you know, my daughter just, you know, just started school and I didn't have enough money to hit the rent this month. They have a situation of an emergency that happened in my family that's medical. And then you're the landlord being the jerk that says, no, cough up your rent, right? Cough up your rent. So I'd like to hear how some of these stories that we have in Guam play out over in the mainland, where he, as a realtor, I don't even know his name, but I know I'm going to be interviewing him tomorrow, that I was hoping that we could get sort of a handle on what it looks like as where Guam is, and the rising price of real estate, and how easy it is to, or how hard it is to land a home in this market. I tend to look at the cost of homes in certain areas. If something pops up, for example, on Facebook, it's like, you could be in this home. It's got a sweeping view of the east side of Guam, you know, and it's a 5-bedroom, whatever. I get interested. Like, okay, what does that look like? I'm not saying I'm going to buy it. I'm just like, where's this? Where, like Dice, we have recently discovered the homes in Chalampago. Yay! I've recently discovered Pago Bay, which is, you know, probably the most upscale piece of coastal property right now, aside from, you know, the ones that are with cliffline views, or those on properties that are, you know, are actually run by hotels. But inside Pago Bay, I accidentally took a tour of that place because I got lost and I turned down the wrong thing. I was like, where'd this come from? So there's a group of people who live in this neighborhood that have so much privacy, because unless you're me, pulling into the neighborhood because I got lost.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. It's one way in, one way out,
yeah,
my
this
friend.
is, find that out. And these are the kind of homes where you don't want to back into their driveway and go, sorry, because everybody's got a camera. Everybody's got the speed dial of 911, or they all got their WhatsApp, chat in the group where it's like neighbor walking through. I mean, somebody's walking through, or somebody just pulled into my driveway. You know, they don't like that stuff. It's not like, it's a whole, they'll call the cops. No. Over in some places, they'll just come out and be the cops. Neither one of those scenarios works best, but I do like, I think that they're, they got a good thing going on down there, but that's also an area that was prone to flooding.
Yes.
Right? It's a low-lying spot. So anytime you've driven through Pago Bay in any kind of rain, then you know they have drainage issues. And I think they had to evacuate some homes during Bovi, right?
It's horrible.
Is it? Yeah. But people can't get into homes, right? And I know that that's on the other scale of what we're talking about with homelessness. That's not, when you are homeless and you're there not by choice, but by, your situation has landed you in this position, you're not having a conversation about houses in Pago Bay. You're not having a conversation about, I'm curious to find out what that MLS was that I saw on my Facebook and some realty company asking me if I want to buy a home, right? That you're not pressing on that necessarily to figure out, I wonder if there's a chance that I can get my body into a home that's going to cost me $3,000 in rent. You're not thinking about that. You're really just trying to get out of your situation. And like I said, it's not like they're leaving a job. People like Rob and his staff and those in the government that work toward this effort. It's not like they're leaving the plan for the roads to the next guy who comes in, because the plan for the roads is the plan for the roads. There's money for it. There's federal help for it. We're always going to be in a state of repairing roads. We're always going to be in a state of developing roads. But no one's life is going to be lost necessarily if, this road isn't fixed right away. You're walking away from a situation where you're dealing with humans all the time, personalities, stories that are different from each other. You can't just quit the job and forget that you did it. You know what I mean? The transition between you doing it in government and then going to bed that following night, you're going to be constantly thinking, whatever happened. So, where do you go after a job like that? Where does somebody like Rob go? He could join a nonprofit. He does come with a wealth of experience and a plan. So, where do they go? And here's another part about this conversation. Nobody really wants to hear it. People really don't want to hear it.
Well, what is it?
The homelessness.
Okay.
People who have entered into the poverty level without anybody really noticing. They went from, having a paycheck and then not. Mm-hmm. And then that just became the standard. It's like, dang, I don't have a paycheck anymore coming through. For whatever reason that you don't have a paycheck coming through, now you're in survival mode. And people don't really talk about that. They're not really feeling horribly sad for the guy. And that's evidenced by how many times we're like, get off the road, man. Why are you drinking in the middle of the day? Why are you causing so many problems? Why do you stink? Oh, yeah. There was a situation that I saw where a woman, I was in the same restaurant and a woman came in, real sort of one of those fast food places. It wasn't like McDonald's or anything like that. It was like a local place that served sort of buffet style food. You had to go up to the door and whatever window, and she came walking in. The ladies behind the counter screamed so loud, get out, get out, get out. You get out. And then this lady starts screaming at them. And then before you know it, they're all screaming at each other. And the rest of us customers were just standing there. I didn't even know what to do. I was between two of these sounds, this woman screaming. It was unintelligible, too, because she didn't really have a command of the language. So she was she just was screaming whatever she was saying. And then these ladies on my right, all three of them were screaming at her, get out of here, right? And it was like everybody in the restaurant witnessed it. And and as soon as she walked out the door, everybody noticed the stench of her body. It permeated the entire restaurant. Right? No one's solving the world problem while they're trying to eat their rice and soup. You know what I mean? They're not sitting there going, I wonder how I can help. It's like, let me get through this smell and let me finish my food, put my head down, and I get to walk out of this place. And then I just have the memory of it happen, if I do have the memory of it happening, right? It was harder for me to stand there, witness something like that, which is not, listen, I wasn't living in a vacuum. I definitely have seen this happen before. I've seen these performances take place in front of me all the time. It's sort of a regular thing when you have that many people in your village, because the resources in Timooning are plentiful, right? You have people moving, coming in and out of stores, going to their cars after buying stuff, food, everything. It's plentiful for the hands that need a little hand out. So when I was walking out of there, I was like, yeah, it smelled horrible. And then I got to thinking about places that I have seen in other jurisdictions where they do have nonprofit organizations, or they actually have people who make the investment themselves in taking like a shower van. I think it might be Todu Guam Foundation that they might actually have this kind of vehicle, but it's an opportunity. It's a mobile shower, and they allow for people. They park it, and they allow for people to have the dignity of a clean body, that they invite them to come. You have a time limit in which you can wash your body, get out, and then get a shaving kit or for women, a hygiene kit or a snack or something, and it just keeps them clean when they otherwise couldn't be cleaned, right? And I've seen so many videos. I don't know if you've seen them, but in the past years, I've seen so many videos of a woman who cleans herself at spigots wherever she can find them, like stripping down to nothing and cleaning her body in spigots. And actually, I saw her a couple days ago, where she was sitting out in front of the store. And the only time you don't notice that the only time that you notice that they're there, really the only time that you pay attention is when they're actually not there, because some of them become so much a part of the landscape that it's almost odd not to see them sitting out asking you for money, or just sitting there minding their own business, or sitting there and slamming down some beer or vodka in a bottle, in a paper bag. All of those things are really difficult to see, but we also notice, the only time we really notice is when they're no longer there. It's like rolling up to the supermarket and not having shopping carts outside. It's like, where are all the shopping carts? Something's off here. Where's the shopping carts? It's the same thing with the regular homeless that hang out in front of the store. You're like, whatever happened to that guy that used to sit out here? I didn't care about him then, but apparently I'm wondering where he is now. And then you go, did he find a new life? Or did he go to Jigo?
I got you.
Yeah, anyway. We're going to go ahead and take a break here. That's sweet. I'm going to take a break here. I'm just getting some texts about people are talking. We'll hit that bottom of the hour. We'll come on back. We'll be right back.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
It's time to celebrate Haggadah! Join us for the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost You Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumont or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Hafaday, Guam. The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local Heart Walk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join Heart Walk today. Find your local Heart Walk at heartwalk.org.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse and access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Everyone deserves access to quality health, but for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
So, what's your idea of a 10?
I love guys who don't text and drive.
Girls that wait until they're parked to text? Bro, instant 10.
I don't know, but I got the ick when I went out with this boy who texted while driving.
10s wait to send. Eyes on the road, not your phone.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, laundry, diapers, work, groceries. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone.
Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back.
But temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you. And every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We're honoring the unyielding power of the human spirit today by tracking an inspiring global movement of grit and resilience. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 18th.
Established by Elaine Harite, affectionately known worldwide as Mr. Never Give Up, World Never Give Up Day reminds us that resilience is a universal human trait. After a devastating bankruptcy stripped him of his lifelong business, Harite chose to transform his personal loss into a global message of hope. Today, the signature event of his movement is the incredible Walk of Perseverance. Utilizing a live interactive world map, thousands of participants across different countries register their walking paths simultaneously. Whether recovering from physical trauma or walking for a promise they refuse to break, these individuals turn a simple physical step forward into a massive interconnected visual display of absolute human determination.
Okay, that's really fun to watch that.
So you can actually keep track on the global map online?
Yes.
Is that the deal here?
Yes, you can.
That is pretty cool.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
We're also celebrating National Fajita Day and National Ice Cream Pie Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
You're listening to
Real
KGUM-FM Dedido. Wave 105.1 FM, the talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station.
Nope, nothing beats Bertha, though. Huh? Bertha's my girl.
Who's Bertha?
Bertha. She's our traffic girl. She was doing the traffic. Nothing tops that. I have not seen any homeless guy stop Miss Bertha because she was
Bertha!
Bertha! We got to give her a name. I can't
well,
call
that's right.
I don't
we can't
like
call her the traffic light lady.
We can't call her the traffic light lady, and I don't like calling them homeless. You know what I mean?
It's so
like,
true.
It's like my nieces, right? So what my brother-in-law has taught them when they come across them, right? We're like thinking about this. I'm like, all right, Mom, we need to have a conversation because these kids are wondering. So then we just say they forgot to put their clothes in the hamper.
Oh.
Right? Be like, where they at? There was a lot of people today. What'd you see? They were like, oh, well, there was a couple of guys on the road. They forgot to put their clothes in the hamper.
My God.
Yeah. So then they just
Yeah, I
stick to
mean,
that.
that's a good point. I mean, at what age do you tell them?
You don't want to tell them too much because they wouldn't understand it. And my nieces are very, but I have some stuff. Yeah,
they want to give away. Well, that's also really honorable, right?
They turn into the Red Cross, so they want to go and save everyone. So it's like, no, they're good. They just forgot to put their clothes in the hamper.
Oh, that's actually a pretty good tactic.
Yeah, put their clothes
Didn't think
in the
about that
hamper.
one.
Because they're too young to really
Yeah,
understand.
I can see that. Well, when we were in San Francisco, when Riley was moving to the States for good, he was in 6th grade.
Yeah.
And we landed at the San Francisco airport, and so we were killing time to go drive back down to the southern part of California. So we spent the day in San Francisco, and we were in the Tenderloin district, and that's the Tenderloin district is where all the homeless are. Drug addicts, you name it. They've got that's the seedy part of the city, right? And so we're driving through there, and we're in the back of a van or something like that. And this is a boy who came from Guam. The most he saw was a lady who talks to herself in front of Payless. That was like the worst that he'd seen of that kind of poverty or that kind of living with mental disease, right? This is the society he had no clue about. So it was kind of a shock, but he was also in 6th grade turning into 7th grade, right? So I'm like, this kid needs to understand that now he's living in a place where this is commonplace, right? So I said, Riley, if you don't go to school, you'll be living like that. For lack of something more profound to say, it was a warning. I treated it as a warning, like if you don't get your life together, these things can happen to you, which in retrospect, I do not believe that would have been the right way to present to him a problem that is chronic in America.
Gotcha.
That some of these people are not there because of that they've made the choice to do that because they fell on hard times. Some of them are there because they don't have mental health care, or they don't have support in the community to get back on their feet. If you've ever really been broke, I guess being broke is relative, right? But if you've ever been broke, I'm not talking about college kid doesn't have money to go down to the nearest pub. That's not the same thing. That kind of broke is that, listen, you don't have beer money. Woe is you. You know what I mean? But you still have a school to go to, and you still have a home that you are a dorm or wherever your situation. You're not homeless on the street trying to go to college. I'm talking about can't make the payment towards something that is crucial to not your lifestyle, but to your survival. Lifestyle is like, I can't buy steak. I have to fend for myself and find other meats or proteins that I don't have money to buy. That's the difference of lifestyle. Now, we're talking about people who just simply don't have an option. And when you're that poor and you don't have many options, you go for the option that's the easiest to deal with. And sometimes when you don't have the resources to make the right decision, that you fall into the decisions that are bad because you don't have any options. The bad way is so much easier than the high way. And then you find yourself making a whole lot of bad decisions about a whole lot of things. And that's where your behaviors come into play. That's where your attitudes change and all of that. So it wasn't as simple to me. And I know like I said, it probably wasn't the most appropriate thing that I could say at the moment to sort of joke around about it. But I did mean that you have all of these opportunities ahead of you. Take advantage and seize every single one of them. And that way you will not end up in a situation, or you shouldn't end up in a situation of mapping out your life so that you don't end up in a place like this. But this isn't one of your options or ever will be considered as an option. But if you don't go to school, this is where you're going to be, right? It probably wasn't the best thing to say. But, he's lived there for a while now. And he sees mental health issues play themselves out in the streets of Las Vegas and anywhere else. He sees, the vices that have had grips on people. He sees what it's like for people to make all of the bad decisions in favor of the only option that they have, and that is to get out of it. And some people who don't have your best interest at heart will generally offer you certain favors that are more to free and are resourceful to get what you want, and then before you know it, you're living in that hole. So there's just a lot. There's a lot, and I really am just kind of talking about the interview I had with Rob Sinagaston, and it got a little bit emotional, but it's absolutely warranted when you feel this in your heart. We had a conversation with Dr. Judy Wampat this morning, and she was not happy. She raised her voice quite a bit in the interview that I had because it was a frustrating situation. She last week, about this time last week, said, actually it was on Thursday of last week when I interviewed her, she was aggressively thinking that this situation over at Teedson was going to be rectified by Thursday this week and that kids would be back in school. And that does not seem to be the same reality. She said that that Vince Borja, I'm waiting for actually to respond, Senator Vince Borja and Senator Jesse Lujan had fired off a letter to the National Guard and the Navy asking whether they can assist in sprucing up Southern High School because, there might be kids who are going to school from the nearby Navy base, right? Maybe they'll invest in helping spruce that school up. But she also said the problem that they're having, is the issue with core tech and determining, what category of places of things in their contract that they're responsible for and what the DOE is responsible for. And she's upset because in the world of public health inspections, there are some really sensitive kind of issues that are there that may or may not be appropriate to add to the list. So you can get several demerits for certain infractions that are unrealistic. And some of these unrealistic actions are part of the 14 points of the Adequate Education Act. This is a document that was created by the late Senator Bob Klitsky that gives the Department of Education by law a standard by which school students should be taught in their environment and by whom. And any time, and public health comes, environmental health comes to do demerits, to look out for infractions when it comes to safety, when it comes to sanitary issues. And sometimes they will go a little bit overboard on what they can demerit a school for, give them points against them. And she said there was one situation where they got a demerit. This is just specifically for the safety inspection that was received, which they got last week before school started, or when school started last week, that a teacher had just left a classroom and turned off the air conditioning. And the fact that raised the temperature of a nearby storage place that usually enjoys indirectly the air conditioning. And so this room didn't meet the standards because of the storage unit next door. Well, there's nothing that says that storage units that are not even occupied by students ever or personnel, no human being stays in the storage room for any length of time other than to retrieve or to drop off something, didn't follow the rules of the correct temperature that a room should be inside a school. And so they got a demerit or two for that, which she thought was just absolutely ludicrous. Then anyone would think that standard should be met when it's a storage room. So she certainly had a problem with that. That was one area. And then she said, we're getting demerits for the same situation where the environment is not conducive to the child because it's overheated in areas. She said bathrooms. Some of those fans weren't working, which is, hey, those are exhaust fans. Those are generally used not only to cool the place, draw out the hot air, but also to sort of sanitize the smell of places like bathrooms. They run the fan to take out, I'm trying to extract, bad air and replenish it with fresh air. And so some of these fans weren't working, and I think she said that they got a demerit because now she says, if they want it to be at a particular temperature, I have to buy air conditioners for bathrooms. So when she said something like stuff like that it gets so deep into the way it's supposed to, the law is requiring it to be, I said, well, then that just means that pretty much every school on Guam is not in compliance in certain areas. Are y'all putting air cons in your bathrooms? Is that a thing? Or now do you have to air con storage sheds? Is that a thing? Because every school, I'm sure, has that one room that nobody goes into. It just holds all the mops or something, whatever. It's not conducive necessarily to the direct learning of the student. And so they're not supposed to be included in the 14 points. And so she said, no, that's precisely the issue. That some of these are so outlandish and they don't necessarily contribute to the learning of the student, but they're on that list. I said, well, why don't you just change the list? It seemed like when it was a pretty aggressive list to comply with when it was drafted. And I only say that because I was listening to the arguments for and against this bill to become law back when Klitsky was in this legislature. And there was a lot of reasons why, that when they finally, that's 14 things that they were wrestling with, right? And whoever was coming up with the different requirements, they, at the time, I remember it was outlandish. Like, and one of them was the temperature of the classroom has to be like 70 something, right? It's supposed to be a comfortable temperature for people to be able to learn and not be uncomfortable. Well, a lot of these air conditioners were breaking down faster than they had the money to repair them. Remember, because again, DOE doesn't have a regular maintenance fund. They have something, but it's not nearly enough for the worst case scenarios, like air cons always going out. And so they were haggling over that. It's like, who's the one who sets what temperature it was, right? Who's the one who says that the average body temperature will only be able to normalize under 72 degree thermostat? Who said that? So there, yet these rules made it into the law. So I said, why don't you change it? Why don't you take the most difficult, or the ones that are not realistic, take out some of those parts and replace them with other areas where you think that would be more conducive to a child's learning environment. Like these panels up here, these panels that we see up here, they kind of, you can
tiles, the ceiling tiles?
You can move them and shift them around, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you just lift them up and then move them off their grid.
Right.
Well, if there is a requirement that you will fail the inspection if they don't all match. Or there's something about the size of them, that they're not completely, it's something weird, like you wouldn't notice it unless you looked at it. Okay. But these eyes are trained to look for specific stuff that the average person goes, really? I don't know. I'm just happy the roof isn't caving in, but I guess. You know what I mean? I guess that makes sense. But you know what I'm saying? That they have to be some sort of quality, or it has to be uniform with the other tiles or something like that. They've had schools shut down for those demerits, stuff like that. It just became some of the stuff that was there just didn't make sense. Anyway, so that's kind of what happened. Okay, point. The public health grade is a part of the Adequate Education Act. Yes, absolutely. There are higher requirements for the most vulnerable children and elderly. Absolutely. 1,000% agree that every single importance of the child's environment should be a lot more delicate and definitely more responsive to the needs of those kids that don't fend for themselves. I think that this was a Judy Wampat thing before. When she was acting superintendent, they were shutting down schools as well. This was before Dr. Swanson came in, Eric Swanson, that they were shutting schools down. Remember, that was that whole episode that happened a couple of years ago. And that was one of the things that she was complaining about. It's like, these tiles don't match. Wait a minute. Okay, I can see air conditioning being standard. I can see anything having to do with the sanitary requirements. Absolutely. So I think that, okay, she says, one executive from the Department of Education says, public health grade is a part of the Adequate Education Act. Thank you. Judy Wampat needs to read the public health sanitation requirement. Okay. There are higher requirements for the most vulnerable children and elderly. I have gone through a public health inspection. We work well with public health. Okay, that's great. And then I'm going to beg to differ. Public health gives an opportunity to correct the citation on the spot. Right. So if it's just a Judy Wampat thing, or it becomes a larger problem for educators that see in these classrooms that we're shutting it down for what appears to be minor issues, then would it be incumbent of the legislature, the executive, the education oversight chair, to look deeper into the Adequate Education Act and maybe sort of take down some of those that seem to be unrealistic? Because I will say, and correct me if I'm wrong, caller, our listener, correct me if I'm wrong, No school has ever reached all 14 points. No school has achieved that.
What are 14 points?
Oh, there's a whole list. Like certified teachers, counselors that are in
None
all
of
schools.
our public schools reach 14 points. Not one school reached 14 points.
Yeah, I'm just saying that not all of them simultaneously have, you know what I mean? There's gonna be
like 2 out of 12.
Yeah, something like that. You know what I mean?
3
Sometimes
out of
air
12.
cons break,
Okay.
and so they are not 72 degrees in the classroom. It's more like 98, right? So, and like, do you need air conditioners in storage rooms? That's kind of where she was going. If these are indeed the requirements, are some of them so unrealistic that no, they can't be achieved? She says now she's getting sued. She had FOIA requests for, how many certified teachers do you have in the classroom in these schools? I think I'd be safe to say that the public would agree that not all schools have certified public school teachers, and that the shortage of them is a big deal. So give me a school, listener, give me a school that has met consistently all 14 points. Because I smell a class action lawsuit. I smelled it when they built this legislation, that enough parents could get together and file a suit against the Department of Education for not meeting or complying with all those requirements. I'd be very, very interested. Very, very interested in what that is. So thank you again. I'll be looking for all teachers are certified. Thank you for that. And are all the schools equipped with every one of these 14 points? Do they all meet it, or do we let other stuff slide? We'll see. It's 9:00 now. We're going to go ahead and take a break. We've got your AP news happening right now. Is there any still traffic around at 9 o'clock in the morning? We're good? Okay. All right. We're KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. U.S. negotiator Jared Kushner held a lengthy meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today over the way ahead for Gaza. Hamas had already agreed to the latest U.S. proposal, but it appears American negotiators have now acquiesced to Israel's demands that Hamas disarm before any reconstruction of the Palestinian enclave. Meanwhile, Karen Shamas reports.
Comments by Israel's far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, speaking on a podcast, called for killing 30 to 40 Palestinians in Gaza each night. His comments were quickly condemned internationally. Ben-Gvir holds significant influence over Israel's security apparatus, but cannot order military strikes. The comments sparked alarm among Palestinians and were widely circulated on social media. I'm Karen Shamas.
As for talks aimed at ending the Iran war and reopening the Strait of Hormuz, Luke Garrett reports.
After Iran said it was working to finalize a joint statement with Oman on a plan to manage shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump made a threat that he would bomb Oman if it got in the way of a deal. Speaking to a Fox News reporter, Trump allegedly using an expletive for emphasis, though Fox News did not provide audio of the interview. It's not the first time Trump has threatened Oman. In May, he told reporters during a cabinet meeting that Oman will behave just like everybody else, or we will have to blow them up.
Oil prices moved higher again. The international standard Brent crude rose 2.7%, settling above $90 per barrel. U.S. gasoline prices are holding above $4 per gallon. AAA puts the national average for regular grade above $4.06. On Wall Street, stocks slipped further from record heights. The S&P and the Dow each lost about 0.5%, the Nasdaq 0.3%. This is AP News. Stormy weather from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic today, while Europe continues to swelter, feeding wildfires. Sam McNeil's filed this from Belgium.
Fire has raged over the past few days. This is a peat bog, and the fire has singed and charred the top grasses, but it has also moved underground. A Forestry Service officer just told us that this is particularly dangerous because it sometimes doesn't smoke, can lay dormant for weeks and occasionally pop up in other places, requiring weeks, if not months of work to make sure that this thing doesn't rekindle, reignite. Authorities say that the fire has largely been put out, but it is still moving east towards Germany. And what is especially dangerous is this was a battleground in World War II, and that there's unexploded ordnance on the border with Germany that might be ignited by this fire if they cannot control it.
More news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
AP News, I'm Julie Walker. Mideast negotiator and Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, has wrapped up an hours-long meeting with Israel's prime minister days after Benjamin Netanyahu rejected the new U.S.-backed roadmap on the Gaza ceasefire. The U.S. seeks Israel's approval on the roadmap. Monday's meeting came a day after Kushner met for 2 hours with the Hamas chief in Egypt. The 60-day deadline for an agreement to end the Iran war and resolve the dispute over its nuclear program is expiring. An interim agreement reached in June has collapsed, and Washington and Tehran are even further apart than they were then. Hurricane Lala has weakened to a tropical storm after raking Hawaii without making landfall, but authorities say it has damaged bridges and swept about 100 homes off their foundations. Rainfall approached 3 feet in some places Sunday, turning rivers into raging torrents and threatening mudslides. Fans of Tupac Shakur are arriving at a Los Angeles courthouse for opening statements in the trial of a man accused of orchestrating the killing of the legendary rapper. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is charged with murder in the 1996 killing of Shakur. Davis is the first person to be charged in connection with the musician's death nearly 30 years after he was killed in a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas. Authorities are seeking additional people who fired weapons during a weekend shooting at Virginia State University that left 5 people wounded. A 19-year-old suspect remained in custody Sunday. Investigators are trying to determine if others who fired weapons did so in self-defense or if they were aggressors. This is AP News.
I'm Alex Vega, and this is Markets in a Minute. U.S. stocks are drifting near their record highs on Wall Street. The S&P 500 slipped 0.1% in the first hour of trading Monday. It remains near its all-time high set on Thursday. The Dow dropped 174 points, that's about 0.3%, and the Nasdaq Composite was essentially flat. Oil prices are edging higher, helping push up Treasury yields. The yield on the 10-year Treasury rose to 4.7%. Wall Street has run to records in large part because profits are booming for big U.S. companies. Still to come this week are earning reports from big retailers including Home Depot, Target, and Walmart.
Of the thousands of lawsuits Meta faces over child safety, none may be more consequential than one going on this week in California. States are seeking extensive financial damages that could, in theory, total as much as $1.4 trillion, plus changes to how the company operates Facebook and Instagram. I'm Julie Walker, AP News.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to boh.com/CD special.
It's time to celebrate Haggadah! Join us for the Costuless Haggadah Grand Opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Costuless designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Costuless Haggadah Grand Opening Weekend. Don't miss it.
Hafide Guam.
The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
We're honoring the unyielding power of the human spirit today by tracking an inspiring global movement of grit and resilience. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 18th.
Established by Elaine Wright, affectionately known worldwide as Mr. Never Give Up, World Never Give Up Day reminds us that resilience is a universal human trait. After a devastating bankruptcy stripped him of his lifelong business, Wright chose to transform his personal loss into a global message of hope. Today, the signature event of his movement is the incredible Walk of Perseverance. Utilizing a live interactive world map, thousands of participants across different countries register their walking paths simultaneously. Whether recovering from physical trauma or walking for a promise they refuse to break, these individuals turn a simple physical step forward into a massive interconnected visual display of absolute human determination.
Okay, that's really fun to watch that.
So you can actually keep track on the global map online?
Yes.
Is that the deal here?
Yes, you can.
That is pretty cool.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
We're also celebrating National Fajita Day and National Ice Cream Pie Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Everyone deserves access to quality health, but for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name. AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community
prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare,
paid family leave,
school breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
From Gigo to Molesso, if Guam's talking about it, you'll hear it on Wave 105.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep the day moving right here on Mornings with Patti.
Hmm?
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
I learned not to talk.
Keep the day
Because he's
moving
talking.
right here on Mornings with Patti.
Your guest is vibing, so.
Oh, yeah?
He's vibing.
Right there, Thomas.
He's vibing. I'm like, okay, I ain't mad at that. Okay, no, I had to play it again because I saw him moving with it, so I was like, okay.
Okay.
I see you.
Thomas Beneventi. in the
Mr.
studio.
Beneventi.
How you doing, man? Good to meet you, young man. How you doing? You come from...
It's an awesome opportunity. Worked through G3 and the UOG Center for Island Sustainability and Sea Grant, but proud Saipan resident.
Hey,
I got that.
Did you get? What did you get? Was the accent? Was it the accent?
All
All
right.
the time. I had to dilute it a little bit, but every now and then you can hear it come out.
It sneaks out. It
Tato
sneaks
Kaknya
out.
Johnson Roque.
Yeah,
so-
Saggy North. Nice.
If you know, you know, right? If you know, you know the difference.
For sure.
Between the Northerners and us down here, there is a distinct difference in the way Chamorros speak in these two
That's what I was
islands.
always curious about.
Yeah.
Is it the way that we enunciate certain things? Is it the pitch, the tone?
Yeah.
I
I don't
get
know.
confused
What
to
is
today.
it?
I'm not sure, but every time, like even since the first week that I was working in news in 2023, like within that first week, every single day, hey, are you from Luta? Are you from Saipan?
See,
So
I hear it.
I
right?
personally don't know what it is.
Do you know, Dice? Can
No,
you tell?
I got no clue. I got no clue. I got no clue.
Well, that's proud young Saipanese, and you're coming down to Guam to work with G3, and
Yes.
so the kind of work that you're doing, Thomas, is like, I don't know, is it age appropriate, right?
Yeah. So
because I noticed that there's a lot of 20-somethings, then 30-somethings,
Definitely, yeah.
doing this kind of work.
So, we make it a fun working environment so that everyone is able to get the lessons in the classroom within that first week. But then right after that, everyone's boots on the ground, ready to work.
Yeah. And this is not work that's for the weak. I mean, you guys
I wouldn't
are.
say that,
If you're talking about green growth, you're actually out in the green.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. They'll see it around them the whole time. And, that's one of the first steps that we try to cultivate them in the program, which is what we're recruiting them for, the Guam Green Growth Grow Corps. And we try to have them identify whatever greenery, plants, the wildlife around them, so that we're not as blind to it as, as we grow up being. Because I remember just thinking, oh, this is all Tangan, that's all forest. Let's get the backhoe, remove it. But now working in this position, coordinating this workforce development program, I can really see that every single piece of wildlife or flora or fauna that's out there, we can give it a couple more seconds of our time, and see how much of it can we use to restore our watersheds, restore our habitats, because they all play a different role, whether it's for wildlife around it or simply just to stabilize the ground, because the Ugam watershed is home to the Ugam water treatment plant. So we want to make sure that we restore that watershed to allow our southern residents the proper water quality that we all strive to have.
You're talking about it being a natural filtration system.
For sure, yeah.
That's the delicate ecosystem, and how all of, to me, when the guy's cleaning my yard and he's ripping down Tonga, and I'm like, get rid of it. It's it's all green waste to me. But you're absolutely right that you really have to take another look at what it is you're actually throwing away.
Yeah, so there's a local tongue-and-tongue, and then there's an invasive tongue-and-tongue. The invasive one is what we see primarily, right?
Yeah.
On the island. So that's the ones that we can always consider removing. On our work site, we don't have much of that anymore. It's
That's good
typically like the
barbecue,
burnt
though.
trees. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Tongue-and-tongue is
I
like
mean,
the
we know
best
it back
charcoal
home,
I've
you know,
ever
like,
had, right?
Yeah.
There's a different, very
business at this point.
distinctive taste that tongue-and-tongue brings to our meats. But, you know, that's gold. That's
Indeed.
gold if you're barbecuing. That's
Yep.
gold.
So that's the start right
Yeah.
now. You know, like with us restoring the watershed and having to take down some trees to preserve the rest of what's available there and expanding the canopy. This is all considered a ridge to reef approach, where what we're doing up in the mountains and the ridges will affect whatever's in the reef. So this whole initiative through the Guam Restoration of Watersheds actually started because residents of Umatak saw that their fish quality was going down. They saw that whatever's being available or the size of it is just not up to par to what they're used to fishing. So from there, we could see that through the research since 2013, it allowed the Grow Initiative to start in 2019 and have folks primarily work on that site to continue to plant trees, reduce the erosion that happens so that we don't continue to see the bay as brown as it is for generations.
Well, I think that when people can understand the correlation between runoff and what you're actually throwing into the ground becomes runoff that enters the ocean. There's no other place for it to go. We live on an island.
Yep.
So what happens at the top gets into the ocean eventually.
All the
so
time.
yeah, all the time. So I think that's a great way to explain it, that you just, all of that is a natural filtration system. And if you think that throwing, you know, open trash into the boonies is saving the quality of the fish, you're wrong.
Indeed.
In fact, it's ruining your meals.
Yep.
As opposed. So the growth corp is what you guys call growth core is what you guys you recruit.
Yeah, so this
People-
G3, it's a heck of an acronym. Hopefully one day we'll be able to minimize it, but it's through G3, which is the Guam Green Growth, Grow Core, which is the Grow itself stands for Guam Restoration of Watersheds, and it's a 5-month workforce development program. We're recruiting 6 individuals that could get a stipend of up to $1,258 to work full-time with us, receiving hands-on lessons on seed collection and propagation, fire break maintenance, tree planting methods, as we mentioned earlier. But we're also going to take it a little bit further this year, where because it's extending into February and it's a little bit into dry season, they won't have that much planting experience. We're also going to have them work on tree inventories, GIS mapping, so things that will really cultivate them to be professionals in the field, you know, where it's not just, hey, I'm using something that I used to do back at home, you know, and bushcut all the time. So we're taking those local homegrown skills, implemented into, you know, now a professional environment, cultivate them for the green economy. So that's what we strive to do.
So when you first sat down, I said, "Are you talking like tree planting?" You go, "Yeah, exactly." But it's a little more than going out and planting trees, because the planting tree efforts that you guys make isn't just planting trees for the sake of planting trees. There's actual reasons why you're choosing certain places on Guam.
Yeah, so the Ugum watershed itself, where we're planting all these trees, ranked second in priority in terms of these watersheds. And basically, a watershed is where all the water collects in one spot, dumps into the ocean eventually. So all of southern Guam contains these 16 watersheds. And from the different rivers that you see, Talfofa River, Ugum River, all of that is connected. So as you mentioned, with the trash that's out there in the boonies, eventually it all just washes back out into the ocean and adds up to that erosion that we see on the corals down south. And, you know, eventually that all piles up because it's all a symbiotic relationship at that point. And the types of trees that we plant, it's not even just because it's what we have, you know, it's cultivated for the purpose of restoring the watershed as efficient as possible, so that eventually once we get rid of these trees that are not as native to our home island, we can continue to plant all the different native trees that are medicinal fruit bearing, and eventually give that back to the community. That's our goal with this Ugum watershed, to cultivate it as an agroforestry project as time goes along.
Yeah, and so what you're going to be doing is going to recruit. These are people that have to have a lot of energy to be able to do this.
Yeah,
right?
we just want them to have energy,
Anybody
have
who's got
professionalism, and just be ready to work. At least 18 years old. We say able to lift 50 pounds or more, but for the most part, we try to work as a team. But when it's time to hustle on those community out planting days, we want that everyone already has the role. We're set, but they don't even need to have had any experience, in the field. So last year we had 2 members, no green experience at all. Never even lifted a bush cutter before, but understood the dynamic of our environment and were willing to contribute in any way possible. And now one of those folks, he's over at Colorado State University over here. So he's helping out environmental management.
Who knew that all those times you were told by your dad to get the bush cutter was going to be the start of the the ecological balance of Guam?
Yep, and then we can talk story about it more too, because when I was about to go into college, I already was set. I'm going to go into computer science because I am not touching this bush cutter anymore. I'm tired of being in the heat for 4 straight years. Yet here I am today, recruiting 6 other folks to work alongside.
Do you
me,
like?
and
That's
I have to continue being that expert. So
that's you know what? There's something to be said about that.
Yep.
I don't think that there's a crop of young men in these cultures around that have never had to be indoctrinated into the boonies than being entrusted with a bush cutter. Everybody hates it. I said, let's go buy one. They're like, no, because then I have to do it. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what you do. But
that's the point.
That's the point of it all. He's a candidate for the legislature, Anthony Tyrone. He's on the line with us. He has something for you. Good morning, Anthony.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking the call. Good morning to everyone out there. Mr. Benavente, I was out in the campaign trail, and some folks, especially down in Molesso, were asking me about the fish preserve down there, that it's been ongoing for quite some time now. And, it's to the point where some of the folks that used to walk from their house right out into the ocean and make their livelihoods has become something that is affecting the things that they used to do and what they've been accustomed to doing. And a lot of times that was how their livelihood was made. They go set the net, they go spear fishing, they walk out there, they catch that fish, and then they go out and they sell it, and it helps them to improve their lives. And I was thinking about how does that correlate to having some of the issues that deal with some of the things going on down there with our ice problem, that we created a preserve in the hopes of protecting the fish, and the livelihoods of the folks that are affected by that preserve might be causing another problem. Now, that's just one piece. The next piece is, if we're going to be planting trees up the hill from where the Barcinas housing area is, and the other side of Molesso by the bridge closer to the Palau family's land and Primo Joey Cruz's land, we're planting these trees upstream, and a lot of times what we're hearing is these trees are what's causing the flooding in that area. And it's not to mention that there's no fault of the engineering of the bridge, right, or the areas that we have there, but are we considering the fact that the trees being planted are probably the cause, or are we putting trees up there that are not going to be causing the floods down there? And then answering also the fishing preserve question, and then I'll hang up, and then I'll listen to your answer.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
All right,
above your pay grade.
I would say I understand a good amount of what he's asking. So the erosion issue, it has 3 different main stressors as what we've pinpointed. I've never known the trees to be one of those. We have 3 different stressors. Number 1, it's being the off-roading, and just the amount of people that go up there, creating new trails, going up when it's rainy. We're not trying to stop everyone from participating in this hobby. That's a whole different ballgame, and that's policy at this point. I'm just here trying to cultivate other members for our workforce.
Encourage some interest. But I'm just trying to understand the science of that being a hazard. The trees that are existing there would be the hazard to the flooding or the runoff. It sounds to me that it's more likely the activity in that area
For sure.
has something to do with the runoff causing problems below.
Yeah, so the runoff is a side effect of all the different badlands that we have within the watersheds. So that is from all the wildfires that continue happening because of poachers that are trying to take advantage of any bonado that are in the area grazing upon the fresh grass. But if you add the ungulates, which are the bonado and the pigs, and together with the off-roading and those wildfires, it creates that combined effect that, it's going to take a lot more than just us planting these trees to cause that erosion. So I think that's where we need to analyze these different factors as contributors instead of just saying that because these people are up here, they're creating the side effect. And I don't think we're doing that through how much we're planting the trees. Matter of fact, the trees themselves serve as a erosion control device where their roots will stabilize the dirt as much as possible.
Become a buffer
Yes.
for the dirt that's dug up or the earth that is now coming out in big clumps and
Indeed.
making its way downhill.
Yeah, so that all floods back into the rivers. As I mentioned, the watersheds are all connected within that southern part of Guam. So,
There's a whole science, there's a whole science behind this. And when you live in an island where, the majority of what we're looking at is all this undeveloped, cliffside or mountainous lands that has an effect on the coast. I mean, it's an uneducated view of mine, but simply it makes sense. The logic is there. What you're just trying to do is to create more attention to these areas or to these things that we see every day, but we don't necessarily understand what the purpose is, because I've never heard anybody tell me, Tongan is like the greatest thing that, the earth had to offer, but the properties of it and not spending time to understand what it is that you're actually doing when you're uprooting.
Yeah, so there's a lot of
Makes sense.
like you said, right, the science behind it. But, for a lot of those invasive trees like Tongan, we can get rid of them because they're taking up the space of the native trees. But if you're able to make use of it and continue our circular economy, make your own charcoal, that just continues our sustainability movement, so that's an awesome part of it. And as long as we continue to cultivate the minds through our workforce development programs, we can continue to spread the word. We have volunteers that come up to our community outplantings, and we help show them that, like, hey, what you're doing right now will help remove the amount of dirt that's going to flow down. And you'll see it if you come down to our Ugum watershed site, where the amount of trees that we've planted, areas where you would think it would just crumble, it's now solidified, and it continues to build this prosperous, diverse ecosystem that we have down south.
Wow. For a guy who deals in dirt, you're actually pretty clean. I was looking at your fingernails.
I appreciate it. Yeah. I had to cut it because one time I told one of my friends, I was like, I even had to cover it up with a emoji WhatsApp sticker, and they're like, you don't just clean it. I'm like, dude, have you not seen what I do for work?
Exactly.
But then from there, it was a reality check. I'm just like, I'm in my 20s already. I think I got to shape up.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, I mean, you represented the program well. Where do you want people to go? I mean, you want them to be, first of all, I know that you're not specifying age, but you have to be able to have some energy. You definitely have to be in some reasonably good physical health, because you're just going to be doing a lot of outside labor.
Yeah, so I would say, honestly, and as we said, anyone who has energy. Last year's group, our oldest member was, I think, 44.
Okay.
So,
oh my God, that's so old. Lord,
but
I don't even stand a chance with my energy.
As we mentioned with those that, like, they're in their 20s, they're just trying to make a career change. We welcome anyone, that brings that open-minded perspective along with that energy that they're willing to hustle for the 5 months that we're recruiting them for. Anyone interested can visit guamgreengrowth.org and continue to maintain our accounts through Instagram at Guam Green Growth.
Okay. Well, that sounds great. I'm glad that you came. I learned something, and it was really nice to meet you.
Thanks for your time.
I appreciate that very much. It's where you could go on Instagram, you could go to the website.
Yes.
You're on the University of Guam. Just go look up.
Yeah, GuamGreenGrowth.org is where
Yeah,
they could check
okay.
it out. The application should already be open. It's a very easy application button that they'll
Do you
see
have
there.
a heartbeat and good fingers?
Heartbeat, good fingers. I got a heartbeat, bad fingers, man. Hey, bad fingers.
Even if your back's bad, we'll take it. Just be down.
Yeah, just be down. That's the way to put it. Well, I appreciate that. We'll send people your way. Thanks a lot.
Awesome.
My best to everybody at that office.
All the
I tell
time.
Jeremy
Likewise.
we said hi. Well, actually, I put that in that other word, so you could use that do that too. Thomas Beneventi from Growth Core. Appreciate that. It's 9:37. Quick break here. Be right back.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
It's time to celebrate Haggatya! Join us for the Cost-U-Less Haggatya grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost-U-Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost-U-Less Haggatya grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Hafaday, Guam! The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously. The best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, laundry, diapers, work, groceries. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone.
Sit tight, hon. I'll be right back.
But temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you. And every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
So, what's your idea of a 10? I love guys who don't text and drive.
Girls that wait until they're parked to text? Bro, instant 10.
I don't know, but I got the ick when I went out with this boy who texted while driving.
10s wait to send. Eyes on the road, not your phone.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We're honoring the unyielding power of the human spirit today by tracking an inspiring global movement of grit and resilience. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 18th.
Established by Elaine Wright, affectionately known worldwide as Mr. Never Give Up, World Never Give Up Day reminds us that resilience is a universal human trait. After a devastating bankruptcy stripped him of his lifelong business, Wright chose to transform his personal loss into a global message of hope. Today, the signature event of his movement is the incredible Walk of Perseverance. Utilizing a live interactive world map, thousands of participants across different countries register their walking paths simultaneously. Whether recovering from physical trauma or walking for a promise they refuse to break, these individuals turn a simple physical step forward into a massive interconnected visual display of absolute human determination.
Okay, that's really fun to watch that.
So you can actually keep track on the global map online?
Yes.
Is that the deal here?
Yes, you can.
That is pretty cool.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
We're also celebrating National Fajita Day and National Ice Cream Pie Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Real voices, real stories, right here at home.
Oh, wow. Nice 10 minutes to 10 o'clock in the morning. We were just talking about Thomas Beneventi. This is my very first time meeting this young man. He's 23 years old.
I love him.
I just want to know who his mother is, because I wonder if she just, pinches him.
Sanroki. He said Sanroki.
Sanroki. Okay,
yeah,
how about that, ma'am?
Man. That's going to be
does she just pinch him and just want to sniff him? Because he's just he's got a baby face.
Okay.
And I have a
Patty,
little
he said he's a grown man.
He's
now.
a grown man, but I have a weakness
see this.
because he reminds me of Sean in a lot of very fair skin and that dark hair and all that stuff. I'm like, boy, can I just punch you? I'm a little Magonda right now. Can I just punch your face?
He's really clean for someone that plays around in the dirt all day. I'm like, you are
was-
sharp, dude.
I was looking at his fingernails. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't plant trees.
Nice, fresh out the shower. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, you can clean up. But he admitted that too. He's like, yeah, I'm 23. I got older, so I had to learn how to, clean my fingernails. But it's the same thing that one time I interviewed. I don't know how, under what circumstances, but I thought it was pretty cool. They sent me like 3 guys who haul trash.
3 guys
for a living.
Trash. Okay.
They were on the radio. They had just gotten off their morning shift.
Got it.
And they were coming on the radio to talk about picking up garbage, which I thought was a really interesting topic.
Picking up garbage?
Yeah, that's what they do. They're garbage men.
Okay.
They're the guys that ride on the back of the truck and haul trash cans.
We like those guys.
We like those guys.
We like those
They've seen it
guys.
all. They smelled it all. They looked at it all. They probably seen some stuff that you and I will never ever get to smell or see or be involved. And all 3 of them came. I say, I didn't expect it to smell this good in here. Perfectly coiffed. They had like clean nails, and I imagine work like that. It's not like these guys are picking up this stuff with their bare hands either. But I'm pretty sure that they have to take off their clothes in the garage.
I see them doing a little extra when they pick up trash. Because if there's a bus stops like across the street, I see them walking. I'm like,
they'll go in. They'll go and fix the government.
They're cleaning the bus.
Oh, how sweet!
You know what? I like you. I got prayers for you, man. You're going high places.
Yeah,
I like that guy. Doing that little extra.
In Hawaii, they treat their trash guys like family. You
got to.
Yeah. Hey. So when they come like Christmas, you leave out. How many times I've left a case of Hawaiian Sun.
Okay.
Cans of orange passion drink, or sometimes beer. I'll put like a 12-pack out there or something like that. But for Christmas, you take care of them because they take care of you, right?
You have to. I got a lady across the street, man, and she's got like wipes outside, and I just can't wait. I'm like,
she's got wipes outside?
She's got wipes outside for the trash guys. You got to see the trash guys in our village. They're so friendly, Patty.
Oh, dang, yeah.
And they go all the way out towards the fence, and I'm like, you're all the way at the fence line? Oh, no, y'all doing extras. Yeah. You guys are doing extras. I like them, so thank you.
Yeah, so Thomas Beneventi is not a garbage collector. Thomas Beneventi is one of the, I guess, rising stars in this whole sustainability movement. That office has, they hired these young kids. And I mean, young kids, because they are basically at 23 and they're starting their careers, doing this kind of work that a lot of people, like he says, Tonga Tonga is like the evil weed, right? I'm like, collect it for barbecue because that's the best tasting barbecue when you have that kind of wood in your grill, right? I'm like, do it, right? So I think that it's really cool. Don't normally look at it in your 20s. Like you said, I didn't know. He said, if you spend a couple more seconds with that Tongan Tongan that you've just bush cut or you've used a machete for and see what kind of other things that you're throwing away, this stuff and the properties that they have are conducive to the watershed. Like, who knew that they become these natural filters for the gunk and stuff that comes through the pig droppings and digging up the soil by, deer and pigs, and that runoff goes somewhere. The feces of these animals go somewhere, and where you don't want it is to go into the ocean. And so that's why you've seen the situation with what happened with that Paradise. I can't remember. Homes?
Paradise Homes.
The one at the cliff line.
Paradise Homes. Paradise.
East Agania, the Calvo Project, where they had a landslide and all of that went into the side, the cliff side, went into Agania Bay.
Okay.
And it was just brown.
I got you.
Yeah, and it's the same like over here in Tumon where they have like around the Doucet area, Outrigger, that when there's runoff and it just puddles and piles up in the middle of the road in front of like the Outrigger, right, or the Doucet Resort now.
Water's
it's real deep. It's murky, and then there's no relief. So somebody had a harebrained idea like a couple decades ago or a decade ago to just allow the flow to go into Tumont Bay, and people lost their damn minds.
That was the plan.
That's a protected marine preserve. They just let it go into the ocean. They directed the flow to dump directly into the ocean. That's everybody's trash that they've thrown from the top of the hill, like Marine Corps Drive. That's all the boony animals that are in there, and their feces are in their natural places because that's their habitat. Yeah. All of that runoff and stuff comes down into this bay. And if it's not properly, through natural filtration, but if it's not properly disposed, if it's the flow isn't, the sewage is not adequate, the system, then it's going to go right into the ocean, which is, again, it's a marine preserve. That's a coral killer. Mm-hmm. And so I don't think that people really necessarily think about it in those terms, like whatever you're doing up there in the mountain, whatever you're doing up there on Marine Corps Drive, or whatever you're throwing out the window, eventually with the rain comes down that hill. And if that was just a place where there was absolutely no foliage at all, that's just like straight raw material going right into the ocean. So, we got who knew the theme of the show was, think twice about your Tongan.
Right?
Tongan is your friend.
Hey, it is our friend. We love it.
We love Tongan. More of it, please.
That's survival right there. Don't play with the Tongan now.
Come true.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. So I think we're gonna call it, right? I think we're done. I don't think that there's anything else that we have to do.
It was a great day. We covered a lot. Thank you to all of our guests.
Yeah,
today.
man. Appreciate it. Especially those who were doing what they were doing, talking to me on the side. I get it.
Patty, you got people in here crying, and I'm like, hold on, what are we doing? It was supposed to be a good Tuesday. Why are we crying? Patty, you be messing with our emotions.
I know.
Swear you can toy with.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, actually, I feel like I really wanted, it was a natural curiosity to find out when you're robbed St. Augustine and you're doing this job and you're dealing with people on a daily basis who you have come to know in the years that you've been helping the homeless and those who are poverty-stricken. You don't just leave the job at the end of the administration and go home and eat bonbons all day. You know what I mean? That carries. There are people that are going to come into your mind. You're going to ask whatever happened to them. I'm not in a place where I could help them anymore. So I can see the separation is, and that's what's brutal about changing administrations. The separation for some of these people who are really good government service workers that probably won't have a job in the next administration. There are some of them that are there. Maybe they were political hires, but maybe they were also just really good at what they did. And so I think that it was a moment. I think we all had a little bit of a choking moment where he talked about still, maintaining dignity for people that are the least among us. But that's a whole nother show. I'll tell you what we are going to do is make way for the AP News. We got Paulie this afternoon doing his thing from 2 to 6. He's been doing some wow shows lately. And of course, Dice is across the yard. She's at Power 98. She'll guide you home this afternoon from 2 until 6. Right now, we are going to take our leave on Mornings with Patty. I'm Patty.
I'm Dice.
It is 10 o'clock KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks, Dice.
President Trump's been lashing out at allies again. The latest is the Gulf Arab country of Oman. Charles Deladesma reports.
Iran says it's working to finalize a joint statement with Oman on a plan to manage the